as we go along to accommodate who is available while we wait for others to come. And quite a number of people have called in to explain that they are caught in traffic because it's a cosmopolitan city. So these things happen in all parts of the world as well. London, New York, Joburg, wherever. So without much ado, technical people, can we call so let's start this session. It's a full day session. So let's start with a goodwill message. Mr. Cuthbert Mkube is the chairman, African Tourism Board. And if he's ready, let us start with his goodwill message. Just a 10-minute goodwill message, 10-15 minutes. Mr. Cuthbert Mkube, can you hear me, sir?
Yes, I can hear you, sir.
All right, sir. So please go ahead, and sorry for keeping you waiting, but thank you for your time. So the floor is yours, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. May I take this opportunity to acknowledge, our president, the African Tourism Board president, Mr. Alain St-Ange, who is always, he's a sportsman. Actually, this is your day. Always on the road and always willing to take an extra mile, especially within the tourism space. Once again, leadership, we really appreciate. You are an inspiration, not only to Seychelles, but to the global community, to the African continent. You inspire us a lot. Please hold us with your right hand. Let us move. Let us make it happen for our lovely continent. And also, in cognizance of our organizers of this great event, we just want to really appreciate your great endeavors. And Mr. Luis as well, we really appreciate to share the platform with you, where you'll be actually engaging us with your extensive experience and passion as well within the sports fraternity. We have always said tourism, sports, arts and culture, those are the segments of our economic spheres that brings us together, that joins us together. And especially when we talk about sports, it breaks the divide that separates us. And we are so glad that especially during the COVID-19, sports has been affected as much as the tourism sector, because people couldn't go to the stadiums, people couldn't enjoy and express themselves and appreciate the talents we have within our global communities. And we're so glad that it's activating. I was in Tanzania a few weeks ago, where I actually managed to afforded an opportunity to attend a soccer game. And you can see the passion from the audience. It's like somebody who has been enclosed in a prison, and once those prison gates, are swung open, the fresh air, the aroma you get, that is exactly what is happening. So therefore, we really appreciate as we are joining hands together, and sports is one of the tools that needs to really talk to us, that needs to motivate us, that needs to bring us back into the realities of life. And I believe that as we are moving on, especially I'm passionate within the context of the African community, where, Mr. Luis, we are looking at a situation where really we break the divides that has separated us. The African continent has so much power, has so much talent. As I was observing all our international teams, go to Liverpool, you go to Manchester United, you'd go to Portugal, we have seen the inclusion of the talent from Africa. What we need to do, I haven't seen a reversal part of it, where we are looking at your stars from Liverpool joining our teams in Africa. That is what we want to advocate, so that we then start to ahead, so that we then break and make sure that the ground is level. So therefore, through these initiatives, that brings us together, through these initiatives, that joins us together, and through these initiatives, that really spells out our objectives as human beings to start appreciating one another. So let us move on. Let us really, as I indicated to you, that we need to see a situation where you bring your stars to Africa. Let them come, let them train, let them be part of the African endeavors within the sports spectrum. Thank you so much, colleagues. We're looking forward for the great engagements, and we're looking forward for the great recovery within our sports, within our tourism. Sports is all about tourism. When we flock to the stadium, automatically all of us, we are branded as tourists. So you cannot separate tourism with sports. It's one of the same thing. You cannot separate arts and culture, because it spells our pride as continents. It spells our pride in our diversity to bring us together as one big family. Thank you so much. We really appreciate, as we will actually be progressing with our engagements of the day.
Mr. Nkube, a round of applause for his message. Thank you very much, Mr. Nkube. We appreciate your time, and we thank you for your patience in waiting for us for a few minutes. Well, the message is clear. Tourism and sports are intertwined. They are like Siamese twins. You can't have one without the other. You know, La Liga representative is here. You need to see how much tourists Nou Camp and Santiago Bernabeu Stadium get on a daily basis. So we cannot underestimate or underrate that. Before we continue, let me just thank some of the sponsors of this event for their support. Icon Hotel and Golf Resort, please, let's appreciate them with a little round of applause. Icon Hotel and Golf Resort, thank you so much for your support. Kenya Airways, we thank you for your support as well. Radisson Blue Anchorage, the venue here, the host, we thank you very much. And also, let's thank our partners to this event, La Liga. Representatives are here, La Liga, thank you for your partnership. So we'll take another goodwill message. This time from Mr. Nkube spoke from South Africa. This time we go over to Seychelles. And a goodwill message from Alain Saint-Ange, former Minister of Tourism and Transportation of Seychelles and President of the African Tourism Board. If he's there, please let's welcome him with a round of applause. Mr. Alain Saint-Ange speaking from Seychelles.
Thank you very much. It is really an honor to be part of you today. And I acknowledge our chairman from South Africa. And I also want to thank all the speakers today who rally to bring a new voice to what can be done for Africa and its tourism industry. And I see Mr. Meng Sol present amongst us. When you read your bio, you realize the importance of us all working together for the one goal. Today, I'll have to apologize because I see you all dressed for a conference. I came because it is sports tourism, and I came in a polo shirt to try and give the feeling of what sports is all about. Today, I want to touch on 2 points. One is when South Africa hosted the FIFA World Cup a few years ago. This is sports tourism. It's sports tourism in the biggest manifestation that we could have had. And it brought hotel beds all around South Africa and also in the neighboring countries of South Africa. But sports tourism in its entity is what we call in the tourism trade a niche market. A niche market to develop tourism in all the possible facets that tourism comes with. Yes, you have bird watchers, you have big game fishing, you have diving. They are all segments of the tourism industry. But sports is also a segment. How can we, and Seychelles has done it in the past and keeps on doing it. We have teams coming to Seychelles in their break period to practice. They use local teams, but having them in hotels, and they are mostly high flyers, they take good hotels, they spend good money, and this is tourism. But the country receiving them needs to go the extra mile to ensure that we have facilities adequate for international sports groups to come to your country to use as the staging ground before one of their disciplines take to the field or to the arena or to the courts. So sports tourism, Africa needs to look at it as a niche market of tourism. It is tourists when you cross borders. What makes this group more different is that there is the name sports before it. So you are looking at sportsmen. It is rather amazing when you have a known personality in the world of sports that lands in your destination, how the press flocks to the person. This is sports tourism. You need to attract a personality from the sports world to visit you. It can be tennis, it can be basketball, it can be football, it can be any of the sports disciplines that lands with you. But sports tourism, as we are discussing it today, can bring new advantages in this post-COVID era. The world has been affected by a pandemic. We need to rally or leave no stones unturned for us to be able to bring the revival of tourism in the fastest way possible. Sports disciplines, these people that get on a field, a court, or in any other areas are already conscious of their own health, and most of them are well covered to be able to visit us, visit your countries. So it's a matter of attracting them. How do you attract them? When you look at La Liga that is here present with you, we need to find ways to say Africa is willing, Africa is able, and Africa is waiting to attract sportsmen, to attract the different disciplines into our different respective countries. Sports people are travelers. They are human beings that travel by crossing borders, so they are tourists in their own rights. They bring an advantage for us. When you think of the rural tourism that some people speak about, sports tourism will bring people and attract people from our own rural communities or villages into areas for them to see these stars get on the field or on a court. So this is encouraging the trade between our own respective cities and villages and rural areas, getting everybody together to work together, providing transport and so on. My wish is to congratulate the organizers today, as I would congratulate any other niche market that wakes up and moves forward to make things happen for our great continent. It will not happen by itself. What we did 3 years ago, today is just a dream. We need to wake up, we need to move, we need to find new avenues and new fields to work from. The time to sit and wait on the beauty of your country or the different unique selling points that you have are days that are gone. We need to wake up, and Africa needs to wake up now. Look at COVID, look at post-COVID, and say, how do we work together? I want today to salute Ghana, because I'm flying there tomorrow night. Salute Ghana, that is celebrating 100 years since they took up arms to rid themselves of the colonial power. It is not the colonial power's defects or Ghana's defects, but they are using an event to mark themselves and to make Ghana become that country that is showcasing itself for post-COVID as they mark the anniversary of a great anniversary that they have. Africa, we have so much on our doorstep to celebrate. We must get it known. But just staging an event And not telling the world you're staging it is also useless. You cannot preach to yourselves, or you cannot have what used to be called many years ago best kept secrets as events. These are a waste of money, waste of effort, and waste of energy. Let us work together. Every field possible, every niche market possible, every unique attraction that we have. Let us rally all these forces for Africa. Let us tell the world they exist in every segment, in every category, and in every field possible. Let us tell the world we are here. Tell the world that yes, with La Liga being present, Africa is a mad country for sports, for football. So tell the world we are here. When you see an African hitting with the main teams of Europe, we are all proud. But why don't we get more Europeans to come down? Use us as their training ground. Use us for sparring with local teams. Use us to have events in our own countries. I wish you all a pleasant conference. I wish you success with it. And I wish African sports full of success. Have a great afternoon. Thank you very much.
Well, I'm sure that deserves a better round of applause. That was a very, very passionate, emotional speech given by President of the African Sport Tourism Board, Alain St. Ange. We want to thank you very much, sir, for joining us, and we thank you for your time. So at this point, we'd like to welcome everyone once again. The two gentlemen were waiting, one in South Africa, one in Seychelles, so we needed to excuse them, let them give their goodwill messages. So once again, I welcome you to this event, African Sports Tourism Summit and Masterclass 2021. So glad you could be here. Lagos is a busy city, so for anybody to take time to be here, we appreciate that you really, really love what we're doing here, and that's why you are here. So there's a man that put all of this together. So we start formally. Good thing is that despite the fact that we were late, we're within time allotted. So we're still in good time. We intend to finish early enough so everybody can get back to whatever business they have for today. So ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming Prince Deji Ajomale Mokwod for its opening speech for this African Sports Tourism Summit and Masterclass. Deji, please.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Deji Momotoimbo. He's my grandpa in the industry. And each time I call on him, he's always there, even if it's 10 p.m. And thank you to everyone that came around today. It's not easy, getting people to attend the event on a work day in Lagos. We all live in Lagos and we know what our city is like. So I'm very grateful to all of you that are seated here. Let me talk briefly about African Sports Tourism Week. African Sports Tourism Week is a premier and Pan-African sports travel trade event. It's the platform where sport and tourism stakeholders come around to exchange a hand of fellowship and also crossbreed ideas towards an Africa that views and approaches sport as tourism to the socioeconomic benefit of Africa as a continent and the individual countries. So basically, we started this in 2018 here in Lagos. In 2019, it was hosted by the beautiful country of Ghana. And we are back home to where it was started again this year. And next year, let me invite you in advance. Kindly join us in Kigali, Rwanda in 2022. So you'll be wondering, why African Sports Tourism Week? Of what essence is the event? I looked around. I play golf by God's grace, and it gave me opportunity to see how much of globetrotters golfers are. Given the nature of the game, it's I always say that golf is like a soup. It's like a soup, same soup, but tastes differently when dished from different pots. What that means is that in golf, no two holes are the same. How much more two golf courses? So in other words, two holes on the same golf course offers you different experience. How much more two golf courses? So it's the reason why golfers would always want to taste this, taste that, and it becomes addictive. So golfers move around a lot. Even for those who have not been outside their country before, you see them moving from one state to the other, from one country club or from one golf club to the other, just to have a taste of what it feels like on that particular golf course. And that was how it started for me. I felt we have to be intentional about this. We have to be deliberate about this. Like I always say, sports tourism is not a plug and play gadget. And this is my major message to African nations. It is not a plug and play gadget that you just believe that, oh, we have this, we have that, it should just happen. We should just be reaping the benefit of, the socioeconomic benefit in sports tourism. It doesn't work that way. You have to be intentional. You have to be deliberate. There's a whole lot that goes into sports tourism. And that's why I also always make it clear to people, especially to administrators and stakeholders who believe that what is in sports tourism? Anybody can handle sports tourism now. I'm a sport guy. I can handle sports tourism. I'm a tourism person. I can handle sports tourism. It doesn't work that way. You have to be particularly trained for it. It's the reason why there are, especially in the West, there are courses tailored around sports tourism, sport and leisure. So it is people who are particularly interested in sports tourism, that go to study such courses. United Nations World Tourism Organization as one of their activities every year, what they call World Sports Tourism Congress. So I'm making these points, I'm saying these things to prove the point that sports tourism is something we have to be deliberate about in Africa. And the message needs to go out there. That was the rationale that gave birth to African Sports Tourism Week in 2018. And by God's grace, we've been making impact, engaging different countries, destinations, from tourism boards to sports commissions and ministries, and also ministries of tourism. The impact may not be so huge yet, but then I can say in 4 years, we are somewhere significant. And though we still have a long way to go, because a lot of African countries are yet to get the message, but we will get there. So I once again want to thank you for coming around. It's going to be a great day. We have lined up a number of resource persons from across the world. You just listened to the former Minister of Tourism from Syracuse, and Mr. Cuthbert Nkube from South Africa. We have what's his name now? Lou Mengsol. We have Lou Mengsol all the way from the United States. He's the president of U.S. Sports Congress. And we also have Grant McDonald, who is the CEO of Sports Tourism Canada. And back home, we have the chairman of the executive chairman of Lagos State Sports Commission. Let me quickly acknowledge the presence of the delegate of La Liga to Nigeria and Ghana. Please, a round of applause for Mr. Desmond Chiji. And it's a pleasure to have La Liga, coming on board and, partnering us on this. We are very grateful for this. We would like to learn. Africa would like to learn from how Spain became a choice sport destination. Most people, when we say sports tourism, Spain, they always, La Liga. Yes, fantastic. That's like the lead brand. But most people don't know that Spain is one of the top top 3 destinations for golf in the world. The top destination for bullfights, the top destination for basketball. So it is not just La Liga, it's just that La Liga is the most visible of them. But Spain is a major sports tourism destination in the world. And we will be very glad to learn how Spain, the odyssey from where Spain used to be and where it is today. So thank you for coming around. It's a pleasure having you. Let me also, before I go, acknowledge the presence of Mr. Adedamola Ogunsesan, who is the project manager for Lekki Conservation Center. And also you work with Nigeria Conservation Foundation. You'll be wondering, what is he doing here? Conservation, sport. If we continue the way we are going, we will not be able to do sport anymore. The way we abuse the environment, we will not be able to do sport anymore. It happened at the just concluded Olympics. A number of activities were tweaked just because of the way the weather was. So climate change affects every area of our lives, including sport and tourism. So you'd be sharing with us on the role of sport and tourism stakeholders and administrators in conservation and environmental preservation. I would also like to acknowledge the presence of Mr. I'm meeting him for the first time, so please forgive me. Mr. Kayode, Mr. Okpe, Mr. Tokpe Kayode, Adetokpe Kayode, the CEO of IBOM Icon Hotels Nigeria. Icon Hotels Nigeria manages IBOM Icon Hotel and Golf Resort. I've been privileged to play golf there a number of times. And if you have not been to IBOM and you live in Nigeria, you need to think twice. You have not traveled, actually. You have not traveled. And seriously, that's the word. Because Uyo is the cleanest city in the whole of Nigeria. No debate. No. I love Lagos. I was born and bred here. I love Lagos, but the cleanest city in the whole of Nigeria and the most organized. You need to go to their parks where you get public transportation. You see organization. It's the cleanest and the most organized city. Maybe Abuja would rival it a little, but Uyo comes first. For me, Uyo comes first. So it's a pleasure having you here, and we are grateful for the partnership you have thrown behind the summit and the Diplomacy Stableford Golf Tournament. Let me also speak briefly about Diplomacy Stableford Golf Tournament. It's one of the activities of African Sport Tourism Week Nigeria 2021. It's a golf tournament we started in 2019 to celebrate diplomats, to celebrate diplomacy, to celebrate human migration, and also to celebrate travel and tourism. So basically, all these are intertwined because without the diplomats, first and foremost, human beings always want to be at loggerheads. There is always something in us that triggers us, I need to fight you. But, these individuals are trained in the heart of diplomacy. They come, they get posted to different countries, and in place of prejudice and war, they provide diplomatic options. And that's why we felt the need to celebrate them every year with a golf tournament, because there is no sport that syncs with diplomacy like golf. Forgive me for bragging about golf. It's just what it is. I'm sorry about it. So that's that about Diplomacy Stableford Golf Tournament. Let me also, before I go, acknowledge the presence of Mr. Azan Zakari, right? Azan Zakari is the president of ATPN, Association of Tourism Practitioners of Nigeria, correct? They are also one of the partners of African Sport Tourism Week Nigeria 2021. Thank you for coming around. I do not take for granted, I do not take lightly the presence of everyone else here. I'd like to appreciate the presence of the representatives of one of the ministries in Lagos State government, from Lagos State government. I'd like to thank you for coming around. Your presence is really appreciated. Thank you everyone for coming around. It's going to be a great day. We are going to have the most robust conversation ever had on the African continent as far as sports tourism is concerned. Once more, thank you for coming around.
Always passionate about tourism, always passionate about golf. But I've always wondered, as an aside, I always look at how brief he is and how long golf clubs are. And he says he plays golf, so I want to see him actually swing. The distance between him, I don't know whether he will hold the golf club like this. I don't know. Do they shorten your own? Because I mean, golf experts are here. Because it's like, are there shorter golf clubs? Because I don't know how they will swing the kind of golf clubs I see. But Ibomiko looks good. I'm an occasional golfer, but I promise to take up that offer and come there. All right. Deji was talking about climate change. We're going to start with some of the lectures now. We have two or three lectures and a couple of panel sessions, but we're going to start with conservation. I'm going to read something for us to appreciate and understand the importance of climate change on sports. With all due respect, golf is the only sport that they don't destroy the natural vegetation to build a golf course. They build around, am I right? They build around what is existing. So golf keys into nature. So if you want to build a golf course, they don't cut down trees, they don't cut grass, they don't uproot anything. They just build the golf. That's why, like I said, no two golf courses are the same, because they build it around nature. Even if there's a body of water, they build around it. And golf is probably the only sport in the world that does that. Every other sport, they destroy vegetation. If they want to build a stadium, they mow down places and they cut grass, they cut trees and all of that. And it's very important that as much as we love sports, I'll read something for you before I call on the first speaker for today. Climate change touches every aspect of human life, and global sports are no exception. Shortening winter seasons pose an existential threat to snow sports. Legendary British Open golf courses have been warned they could be underwater by 2100. Beach volleyball courts in Southern California are disappearing due to rising tides. Smoke from bushfires disrupted the Australian Open in tennis. The Tokyo Olympics, believed to be the hottest Summer Olympics ever, moved the marathon to outside the city and played tennis at night after a Russian player openly suggested during a match that he might die because of the heat wave. It is estimated that global sports generate 0.6% of global emissions, according to Playing Against the Clock, a 2020 report by the Rapid Transition Alliance. That makes the sector the equivalent of nations as large and populous as Angola or Tunisia at the low end of estimates, and Spain or Poland at the higher end. Sports need to take radical action on climate crisis. What role can sports play if more sports organizations and their stakeholders commit to the United Nations Sports for Climate Action Network? You know, there's COP26 going on right now, Conference of Parties 26 are talking about sports and climate change as well. What message of hope to save Earth could be delivered if the global sporting community expanded its engagement in tackling the climate crisis? In the same vein, sportswears also contribute to ocean pollution. So you can see that as much as we love sport, sport has to take critical action in helping to conserve the environment. To throw more light on this, please join me in welcoming Mr. Adedamola Ogusheson from the Nigerian Conservation Foundation to talk about the role of sport and tourism in conservation. Mr. Adedamola Ogusheson, please. The table is yours. Please welcome him. Let's show a bit more enthusiasm. Thank you, sir. You're welcome. I like your outfit. You know, like you are ready for war. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Deji. Good morning, everybody. Like I was introduced earlier, my name is Adedamola Ogunseso. I'm the project manager at Lekki Conservation Center. And it was deliberate I dress like this. This is a typical way a tour guide dresses. And sometimes people look down on tourism guides. They feel it's a bit demeaning. You know, you experience a lot of things when you go to hotels, and chamberlains, cooks, waiters looked down upon sometimes because of the service they provide. I'm sure if you have been in that industry, you know. But for me, it's a different thing. So when Mr. Jomole approached the Nigerian Conservation Foundation to give a talk, and I decided that it wouldn't be a typical conservation talk, and just that tell you about Muna monkeys, monitor lizards, and why you need to conserve them. To us as Africans, they are bushmeats, but in really, they are a lot of money. I can tell you that despite the pandemic, that's over the last 10 months, that the Lekki Conservation Center has received 5,333 guests. Oh no, 50,000. And it tells you about what that 78 hectares of land can do. Across me is the Chevron office estate. Beside me, it's also a massive estate, which they are selling a plot of land at 150 million per plot. So sitting on the 78 hectares of land for greenie looks crazy. However, I would like to dwell a bit about my childhood, and you wonder why. And so I grew up in the era of Felix Owolabi, Wole Odegbami, Segun Odegbami, Tarila Okorowanta, Musa Abdullahi, Bumi Adigun. And every time there's a match, because we share the same hospital, you might refer to me as Ajebo, because I grew up going to a private school, so we had a private hospital. So while we're growing up, we share the same hospital with Leventis. And so every evening of Saturday, myself and my cousin, Remy Drudola, will form being sick because we want to see Bumi Adigun. And so our mothers did not know that we were actually not getting sick. Oh, we are sick actually, but we were there to see these legends. And so it's always Remy supporting Leventis, and I always pitching my tent with Shooting Stars Football Club of Ibadan. I can tell you that on Saturday, that the meat sellers in Ibadan by 2:30 start selling their meat very cheap. You know why? Sport. They want to go and watch Shooting Stars. Oh, shooting. And you have to get to Liberty Stadium. So by that time, all the vehicles in Ibadan, the taxis, are moving towards Liberty Stadium. You will not get to the stadium. You have to stop somewhere around Okeado and you walk down. That is the power of sport. So it has actually started long before now. And my children don't really like me being around, especially 9 and 10 p.m. at night, because I listen to the network news. But guess what? It was sport that made me to listen to this network news. And I will tell you, maybe you will know. And it goes like this. Will he be able to beat it, man? Go number 2. Kodak under 17 World Cup. And so for years, I will wait till 9 p.m. And so after that, and my father would say, my late dad would say, good night, Dawola. I missed him. And so for that particular, for close to 5 years, Ruth Benamizia up here will read the news. And because I want to watch, I think it's not Unduka, I think Jonathan Akobori or somebody who scored that second goal. So I wait patiently for the news at night to come. And that has made me a man that listens to news. Even at my mid-age, most of my contemporaries don't listen to news again. But that is the power of sports. And so houses around Liberty Stadium, houses around Adamasigba, has businesses on those days. And so when we started missing the league and it started going down, it was not the League of Nigeria going down. It was the businesses of people around that places. The hotels start going down. People that sell pure water. Actually, it was not pure water. It was ice water those days. You scoop and we drink. Gradually, they introduced a nylon. Then gradually, the pure water came. You don't drink Ragolis. It's for the elite. And so I'm surprised that we have so many. And so for me, when we had this, I felt that tourism sport, it's a huge investment. Not just that we need to just look away from, but how we can marry it to ecotourism. So I tell you what the Nigerian Conservation Foundation do. We protect critical sites across Nigeria. So we have a place on Obudu, which is called Becheve Nature Reserve. The Lekki Conservation Center is 30 this year, 31 this year. So we have been keeping that place for 31. The president has given us a place in Gusape, 1,000 hectares. And why is that important? I'll still take you back to my youth. And so we used to play football, the principal scope. It's always the Okekun people because they are more muscular, probably because of farm. They will come and beat the Ibadan team. And I learned that the capacity for people like us that got into the school team earlier, between those 3 years, the ability to play for 45 minutes or 90 was becoming challenging. And so father would tell you, why are you getting so tired? We never knew that the climate was changing. I also observed that between my GSS 1 and SS 3, that the football pitch were going because of what? There was no regular water because most of the football pitch were rain-filled. And so gradually, we were losing the pitch where we were raising young footballers. Like the minister said the former minister from Sechele said, it's important to look at how we can use our ecotourism destination as a means of generating fund and raising athletes. And so those days, when shooting is about to play the North African teams, I think they usually travel to Jos. They will call it acclimatization so that they can strengthen because of the high altitude in Jos, it prepares them for the matches in the North African teams because they will take you to the high altitude. And so you tend to lose your matches because you're out of breath after 15 or 20 minutes. So what are we doing with Mambila Play 2? What are we doing with the Jos Play 2? What are we doing with Ngayaki, also on the Mambila? What are we doing with a place like Homo, which is just behind us, where there are still elephants in the wild? But I can tell you, I've been as fit as this because I don't do any sport. But by the time you take a walk in the muddy road or parts of Homo, your lap is well built. And these are things that the nature gives to us. It's not about technicality when we start increasing the substitutes in games. It's also about the players getting tired. So it means those systems needs to take a critical look at sustainability of the environment vis-a-vis sports. And so for us at the Nigerian Conservation Foundation, although we are not sport people, but you will see that there's a strong linkage between protection of environment and also sports. Now, I mentioned a typical young man in Nigeria will tell you the names of stadiums across the world. But I grew up, with Liberty Stadium in Ibadan. Once in a while, we come to watch the Bridge Boys, as they are called. But that will be a luxury because my father you have to manage and get yourself into my father's travels plan. But are we managing the resources around sports? I think the answer is no. If you go to Surulere, that's huge, despite the fact that the National Stadium is not active. The activities around it is huge, from people selling food to people selling sports wares. So you still agree with me that it's a huge tourism potential. Hotels are filled up. Sometimes there's a spillover to the Lekki Conservation Center when we have those big events in town. So as a conservationist and as also a sport lover, I don't think I'm that much of, you forgive me, I'm not much of a sport lover again, maybe because I felt betrayed that Nigerians have moved to watching European football. But I think we can do more with our sports and provide a lot of fortune. My good old mother actually beat the hell out of me. So maybe I should have been sitting on this divide and being a sportsman today instead of being a conservationist. So they will tell me, for people that hears Yoruba, they will say, Irawo, Mama Afe Lu Ekpaloni. They refers to me as star. And so my mother is a teacher, so she will wait patiently by the football pitch. And when I'm going home, they start, they won't beg her. They know she will beat me, but she can't take me away from the field because people will shout. But those football pitches are no longer available. Where they are available, erosion has been channeled towards them. So we are not producing local sports. But those are the places we grew up. And those are the places that are greenage within our localities. So there's a bit of conservation in our planning across Nigeria, but those places have been taken away. So you will see that as we reduce the effort of conservation, as we reduces the effort of preservation of our environment, it's also making us to lose youngsters who could have used these green spaces to become great footballers and resources. And going back to the core issue of conservation, climate change issue, we just spoke about skin. Permit me, sometimes I'm an Ibadan man, so sometimes my hair is shh, so please permit me. And so you discover there are very few spaces for people to do certain things, like the beach volleyball. It's reducing because of the tidal wave. I'm sure, MD, is that the right designation, sir? Okay, sir. How comfortable will it be for you to water your golf course, sir? It will be very challenging. That would be huge. And so you can imagine a year without rain, sir. How will your golf course look like? That is the importance of managing the environment. You can imagine a year with so much heavy downfall, sir. How would the playing golf course be like? It's huge. So you will see that its revenue would drop because it doesn't have power over that. I guess it probably have power over watering, but definitely not when it is over flooded. And so for us at the center, these are things that we've spoken about and that we believe that we should think about as we move on. And so for me, I would like us to look at ecotourism destination in Nigeria and what purpose they can serve. Obudu Cattle Ranch, Marathon, Omo Forest Reserve for stamina building and, team gaining their strength back. The Lekki Conservation Center is a place where you walk on the highest canopy walkway in Africa. And you can also climb the trails. If you climb that trails 3 times, I'm sure it's more than certain workouts because your laps will tell you that it has had a good share of exercise for that day. And so for me, what is the way forward? I think we should focus more on adaptive climate change strategy. And so we should take a look at how we build sports centers or facilities in such a way that it's also in tandem with addressing climate change issues. So should we have more greenies around? We've been adapting because while I growing up, the green grasses of University of Ibadan was managed by my father's friend, and it's always lush green. But the same thing is not applicable now. So we went to artificial grasses. That was an adaptive way. You agree with me that one of the challenge of keeping a green grass, natural green grass, is huge in Nigeria when we don't even have water to drink. Talk less of having water for the field. Also, we will be talking about how to encourage the development of ecotourism location as sport resort. Ibom is here. Ada Golf Course, Ilaji Hotel and Sports. These are places where you can train young people, teach them what to do with regards to sports. It's no longer, now we have Educational Institute for Sports. Those days it was raw talent. I ran 100 meters in 14 seconds. That was quite an achievement those days. But those green spaces we had, those entire sports, are no longer available. Schools are turning them into, actually the first problem we had with our green spaces was converting them for parties at weekends. So there was no space for us to play football. And you dare not go there because the principal will deal with you. He wants the money to go in, not for his pocket, probably to do other things. And so those are things we need to take a look at. For me, these are things that we should take a look at. I decided not to give you what conservation is. The number of monkeys it doesn't add up. But I can tell you that tourism itself, sport itself, it's a huge tourism component. From the airport to cab, to hotels, to mama put on the roadside, down to places like Lekki Conservation Center, down to people that sells artifacts. It's huge. And so sport is no longer playing. It is a big business. But as we do all these activities, we should critically look at how we can synergize it with having great landscape that reduces the effect of climate change, that help us to reduce the effect of flooding around us, and how best we can manage this as we go into the future. These are my thoughts, and maybe by next year, maybe I'll be more of an expert in talking about this as we relate it more into how we should synergize between sports, conservation, ecotourism, But I think we are doing all the elements already. But I think our children deserves to have the kind of youthful years that people like me have. And if you look across board, probably one of the youngest around here. And so what happens to the next generation if we don't preserve the environment? And I can still tell you that whether you like it or not, the open field still provides you with one of the best places, it's still one of the best places to get talents that we can feed into the sport. So on that note, I'll say thank you to the organizers. Thank you to you, Bom. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much. Please don't go yet, Mr. Ogunshe. So we're going to have room for maybe a couple of questions in case you want to ask me a couple of questions. But when he came in, I looked at him warmly. I supported Leventis. I grew up in Ibadan as well. I went to Government College Ibadan, and one point that you made, you talked about, we have schools that don't even have playing grounds. My primary school was Ebenezer Ekotedo. And we used to play there. And I went to Ibadan a few years ago, and I found out that the playing field had been built up. There are schools that are licensed here, private schools, public schools, that don't even have a recreation center. So how does that work? The sports and education should go hand in hand. When we were growing up, it was automatic. So that's another aspect that we're not thinking about, and it's very important. You even have housing estates that don't have a recreation center. They don't have a place where people can go, open space where children can go and play. And that's one of the reasons I believe that our children are very restive. I think every local government should have at least a recreation center where every child can go and have a bit of it, because they are kids. They need to go out, they need to play. So thank you very much. Please, ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Mr. Adedamola Ogunshe. Very, very illuminating. Please, 2 questions. Okay, Deji. Let's ask 2 questions and then we can move to the next item. So Deji, over to you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ogunshe, for your presentation. My name is Ayodeji. I work with La Liga Nigeria. I agree with you that sports ties into tourism and ecotourism, sports tourism, they all tie together. But we have to consider one very critical factor, security. I'll give you an example of the Dakar Rally. Started in 1977, used to be a road race. Ends in Dakar, starts somewhere in Europe. But they stopped that in 2008 because of fear of terrorist attack in Mauritania. To get to Dakar, they have to pass through Mauritania. And since then, they've moved Dakar Rally to South America. It holds in South America now every year since 2009. It's only Dakar Rally by name right now. It's probably never going to come back to Dakar. Maybe not in this lifetime. And you mentioned the Mabila Plateau. Earlier in the year, La Liga has presence. When I say presence, I mean either an office or a staff in 47 countries around the world. And in April this year, when we're going to have the El Clasico, we had this idea where every office, you should take the La Liga flag and the El Clasico flag to an iconic place in that country. It was like a competition, and the person in Morocco took the flag to the Sahara Desert at the border between Morocco and Western Sahara. Someone somewhere in Singapore took the flag under the water. The person in Kenya took it somewhere. So Desmond and I had a meeting in the office, and we decided to go to Mambila Plateau, Chapawadi to be precise, the highest point in West Africa. And by the time we put together the proposal and we sent it to HQ for approval to go to Chapawadi, of course, they simply put that place in Google Maps and it says it's Northeast Nigeria and banditry, kidnapping and all of that. And they simply told us no. Our proposal was brilliant. We could have won that challenge if we had done it, but they simply told us, no, you cannot, don't go there. So I know it's beyond your job description to provide security and all of that, but how do you sell ecotourism? How do you sell sports tourism? How do you sell all these places when you probably can't even guarantee the security of the people that will want to go there?
Thank you, Deji.
Thank you, sir. When the elephant disappeared in Charge Basin, nobody seems to be bothered. When hippo started disappearing in Zamfara, nobody seems to be bothered. But that was the first sign of insecurity in Nigeria. A tusk of an elephant costs $10,000. They don't usually collect money back when they are going to collect money. They collect AK-47 and bullets. And so what you saw was a gradual process that we started losing it. It's quite painful you didn't channel going to Chapa Wadi through us. I will have gotten you there. That is in Gashaka Gumti National Park. And I've been to Gashaka Gumti National Park. I know at least 2 or 3 range. And I know people who are in charge. And we also know some people, you don't want to mention names, that will get you to certain places without, I stopped wearing this to Forest Reserve. I was almost shot. We have about 997 forest reserves in Nigeria for concessioning, for logging concessioning. It was as far back as 1937. So when we went to Ose and I was wearing this, the hemp planter thought I was an NDLA guy and I was almost shot. That is a forest protected in Nigeria. And guess what? You don't quote me, but they actually harvest with a chopper. So one of the problems of this country is that while we think environment is not important, it is being taken over by other elements who use it as. You know what? The first thing I said, that when the elephants were missing, nobody seems to be bothered. What a pangolin scale might not bring dollars, but it can bring harms. A tusk of an elephant. Now, $10,000. It has been constantly $10,000, but that's like 5.5 million naira now. So can you imagine how much 5.5 million naira will buy in terms of AK-47? So there's a linkage between protecting of the environment and securing our lives. Mr. Deji mentioned something very critical. The bad boys of those days played football. They do boxing in the neighborhood. By the time you are through with all of that, you don't even have energy to do anything. Those days our mother will beat the hell out of us, but we still go and play football. By 4, you are already out of the house because we will not meet the first set. We call it sets. So you will meet the first set. But those areas are not again. So as we were taking over the green spaces, we were creating silos of dens for people to smoke hemp, for people to take drugs. Because while you're on the field, there's a controller of the field. There are local coaches, there are local, look on to people who will not allow you. So, not deviating from your question, yes, there are problems with social insecurity across our ecological zones, from banditry to piracy, but we could still manage it if we backtrack a little bit. The MD will tell you that he has to keep an eye on his golf course. It's an open expanse where a lot of people, and the people that comes to his golf course are high-end people. So even as small as the Lekki Conservation Center is, while I cannot afford, serious security operatives, I whispers into people's ear and say, can you take a walk around my park? So sometimes you have a team of DSS coming with the minister, so you make friends and say, can you please profile me so that I can do the needful? But in order to secure those very important ecological zones, you can imagine a marathon man training on Chapawadi, on the Mambila Plateau. The whole of Mambila Plateau was in crisis at the point. People were fighting over land, but they don't need the land. All they need to do is get marathon race. Twice in a year is enough to feed the whole of the Mambila. Twice in a year. They will buy tea. They will sleep in their houses because there are no hotels there. By the time you have 2 marathon events on either Mambila or in Gayaki, it has paid for the whole local people. And that's the power of using the environment to boost ecotourism, to boost livelihood. So when people like us talk about conservation, people look at it from a very myopic perspective. I hope one of these days, the Arugungu Fishing Festival will still be there. That's a sporting event. Sport fishing. That's huge. I've not heard of that in recent times. Maybe insecurity is making it. And these are the things we are losing. So if you stop that river flowing and you do a dam, you are killing a lot of investment. So, sir, you're very right. But I think we need to look at synergy between spheres of life, environment, sport, social insecurity. Those days, our mothers just need to talk to the coach. Actually, that was the changing point in my life. There was a part with the coach in the neighborhood that I don't get to play if I don't go and read. So before I get to the field, but Abiola will make sure that I got to the field, which is Islamic high school, by 2:30. But for the first sound of the ball, I'm out of the class. But I must have read between that. And so when I passed my jam, my mother said, you can continue to play. But those spaces are not there again. Accessibility, it's a major challenge. Those green spaces are not accessible again. And so as we protect them, but we must be careful to listen carefully. When you are going to play a Kenya team, when you are playing a Kenya team or the Egyptian team, a typical Western team will go and camp in the north in preparation to go and play. Can you even travel by road to the north again? So these are places that we could maximize. It's not just for conservation, but there's a huge sport potential that we can leverage on. Why can't we have a boat ride on Ele Dam? Anytime I am on the Tall Milan Bridge and I look at the Unilag waterfront, I shake my head. That's a huge tourism potential. But what do you get there? People go dump waste into the lagoon and not treating it properly. We're just talking about coming here today for a sport event and it rained. By November, rain has stopped in the good old days. So something is wrong. We need to pay attention to climate change. We need to pay attention. But for me, what I always look out for is the money aspect of it. there's always a money aspect of everything. So you can't keep your phone on your dashboard in the traffic because you neglected education or sports. Sport was a major thing that took all of us away from the streets. And it was a leveler. Because then I went to a fee-paying school, and on Tuesdays we drink soy milk from the dairy, and on Thursday we drink Parmalat. In 1983, 84, that's a lot of luxury. But I have to meet people at NTC, sir. I have to meet other people who went to OJ, who were brought up in Agugu, who were brought up in other areas at NTC, Nigerian Tobacco Company. There's Olubadan Stadium on that road. If you go there now, it is in tatters. Actually, the fields are not in good shape. So the first thing is, what happened to the grasses? Grass is part of what conservation talks about. Climate change has made it difficult for those pitch to be rain-fed and properly managed. So those are my thoughts with regards to that. Thank you, sir.
Very much, sir. Thank you. Please keep it. We'll keep this question short and the answer as short as possible. We need to move on, sir. Please introduce yourself and ask your question.
Good morning, everybody. I am Tijani Mohammed by name, the CEO, Destination Planners, Travels, and Student Consults. I came from Ogun State, Abeokuta this summer because I'm a lover of sports and a tourism practitioner. My question still goes thus on the security area, sir. By the virtue of your profession, sir, and the vast experience you've had in this profession, what advice or suggestion can you give to the government, both at the state and at the federal level, on how there can be a solution to the insecurity in most of our conservation area? Because, like you have said, tourism, sports are interrelated, and the conservation area. And with the challenge we are having on the security area, we are losing a lot. We are losing a lot because if there is no security, lives and property are not safe. And this is a great avenue, the sports area and the tourism, that a lot of job opportunity can be created. This is also an avenue whereby the internally generated revenue of the country or the state can be increased. And as well, a lot of infrastructural development can as well comes in. And if this insecurity issue are not addressed, where are we going to? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
As instructed, sir, I will make it very short. Community-based tourism, ownership at local level. A forest, a space cannot be occupied without the knowing of the locals. So for everything we do, we need to make our process very participatory. That is why we lost sports too. Growing up, I played Mufuta Olali in under 13 football club. I don't know whether those things exist again. You know, you do Principal's Cup. The principal does not even have money to buy chalks, talk less of moving a team across different regions. So, but immediately we took away some of these things from the local participation, it started becoming extinct. Inter-house sport looks like a waste of time, but those were the places where raw talents were taken. I schooled in the University of Ilorin, so I was with, I think the Oladimichi sister or somebody. There were like 3 or 4 of them. Olapade, they always come from University of Ife, and they will come to University of Ilorin for they do, I think, a part-time or something in Ife, but in most cases, it's always UI that they finish up. When we started losing, when was the last Nugasa? Okay. Yeah. But those were places. There's a particular player for Bender Insurance, and he used to come and play. Actually, the team of University of Ilorin usually beats Kwara United, and they will come to our stadium at mini campus with all the full team, Tonya Ila inclusive, and we still beat them with the likes of Alan DJ and other younger people around. So until this local participation, the security thing is about local participation. People must own those forests, estates, so that it's secured. The Mambilas should be given back to the locals. The Just Play too, the locals should take charge. The forest of each community should be handed over to their paramount ruler, and with a strict warning that if I hear PIM, you are going to go for it. So those are solutions that will help us to build security from that. And as we are protecting the environment, protecting our landscape, activities that are supposed to be there will go there naturally. And so we shouldn't be having marathon races in Lagos. It disrupts the whole thing. And we use sport for a lot of advocacy. You are working for cancer. Is it not sport? Working for environment is sport. You want to raise fund. You say, we are working, you work for diabetes, work for glaucoma, work for, and so you are using sports to do a whole lot of things, because as far as I'm concerned, it's working up part of sports. It is. So, sir, let's use community-based engagement to secure sites for better participation of or usage of this landscape. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you very much. Please, ladies and gentlemen, let's thank Mr. Adedamola Ogunseson from the Nigerian Conservation Foundation. That was really very, very enlightening and very, very illuminating. Thank you very much, sir, for your contribution. Let me quickly recognize a couple of people here who have come to join us. Mr. Rotimi Ayeton, Zonal Coordinator, Southwest Nigerian Tourism Development Corporation, representing the DG NTDC, Mr. Fallon Shokuka. Mr. Rotimi Ayeton, thank you for coming. We appreciate you. And let me also recognize Mr. Ukpoju Tony, who is representing the Minister of Information and Culture, Dr. Lai Mohammed. Mr. Ukpoju Tony, thank you so much for being here. All right, that was a very, very interesting and illuminating session, it must be said. It just tells us how intertwined our lives are. Okay, Deji has, my boss today has something to say.
I wish. I would like to quickly acknowledge the presence of the Permanent Secretary of the Lagos State Ministry of Tourism, Arts and Culture, Princess Adenike. Welcome, ma. Thank you for coming, ma. I'd also like to acknowledge the presence of two senior directors from the Ministry of same Tourism, Arts and Culture, Mrs. Oni Adama, and Mrs. Simpson. Thank you, ma. Thank you for coming. It's always a pleasure having you whenever I host events. Ashigoma. And I would also like to acknowledge the presence of a matron of Afican Sport Tourism Week, and the executive director of Radisson Blue and Courage, the founder of the best thing to happen to sports tourism in Lagos State, Upbeat Recreational Center, Mrs. Ogunshainde. Thank you very much. Mrs. Moyo Ogunshainde, thank you very much for coming around. It's a pleasure having you around. Thank you.
I didn't know you were introducing some of my sisters. I won't mention who, two of those people, three of them actually, are my very good sisters. Thank you for joining us. Okay, now, like I said, we're going to tweak the program a little bit. So right now, I'm going to call on the CEO, Icon Hotels Nigeria, operators of Ibom Icon Hotel and Golf Resort, Mr. Adetope Kayode, to give us a few words, talk about what they're doing in with the Ibom Icon Hotel and Golf Resort, and also they will be the first company to be inducted into the Tourism Hall of Fame today. So, ladies and gentlemen, help me make welcome to Mr. Adetope Kayode.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here. All dignitaries present, all protocols duly observed. Ibom Icon Hotel and Golf Resort represents to us a flagship asset, one that we are extremely passionate about. I'll backtrack a bit and give us a quick background, and then I'll talk about what it means to the sport and tourism industry in Nigeria. Icon Hotels Group Africa is an emerging, fast-growing hospitality brand. And in Nigeria, Icon Hotels and Resorts Nigeria, as its subsidiary, has been given the rare and unique opportunity and privilege to manage the Ibom Icon Hotel and Golf Resort. We started that operation in October 2020, just past the 1-year mark. And in that time, we have made very great strides in repositioning that asset and turning it into what it should be. Opened in 2007. It has been through different management teams over the years. And today, what we have been able to accomplish since we took over the operation of that facility is to turn it into a platform to drive and encourage a lot of development in the tourism space, and also a subset of that, which is sports tourism, working with international partners, very experienced personalities in international sports marketing, especially golf marketing. Ibom Icon Hotel and Golf Resort sits on 174 hectares of land. It is the single biggest hotel and golf resort facility in the country. There isn't any other asset like it in Nigeria, and arguably in the West African sub-region, where you have a 5-star hospitality facility sitting on an 18-hole championship golf course. In that facility, we've been able to attract international and national partners, like I mentioned, and we've worked assiduously to promote national tournaments and events through that facility. Next year, we're working on at least 2 to 3 major international tournaments to hold in that facility next year. And we're working on upgrading, improving the standard of the course itself. It is already a very challenging, interesting golf course. To the players amongst us, those that have played on it, you will attest to the fact that it represents a sporting challenge, especially when you get to the signature hole. You find that, yeah, it will test you. And that facility has attracted a lot of rave reviews over the years. And we have done our very best to ensure that it retains that quality, and then we improve on that. But beyond the game of golf, which we are so passionate about driving and promoting, the Ibom Icon Hotel and Golf Resort also has quite a lot of other sporting activities. The first time I went there, which was sometime in 2019, I happened to have been there on the same weekend that Nigeria, I believe, played Benin. Uyo is an amazing city because not only have the governments, the succeeding governments of Akwa Ibom State invested massively into infrastructure, but they have also invested strategically. If you go throughout Akwa Ibom State, the roads are in fantastic condition. You wonder how they were able to keep village roads in mint condition. And you are wondering, even some of the city roads in other cities in Nigeria, the major arteries are not this good, and you are in a village and you are cruising at 140, and you're wondering. So the infrastructure in Akwa Ibom State is very, very good. And if you go to Uyo itself, you'll find that government has invested a lot in sports infrastructure. It's called the Nest of Champions. The stadium in Uyo is pretty much the best in the country today, and has played host to a lot of international tournaments. So I went to Uyo on the same weekend. The Super Eagles were playing Benin in, I think, an African Cup of Nations qualifier. And there in the lobby of the hotel, stars were just walking past. John Obi Mikel, Ahmed Musa, people I had not even seen, live, one-on-one, that up close before. I was rubbing shoulders with, Super Eagles stars, Kelechi, Hena, Cho, everybody was there. And, the whole hotel was bubbling. And the facility has a training pitch. And that training pitch is something that we've looked at as something that could be put to strategic use. We are looking at upgrading that into an international standard training pitch that will attract teams from all over the country and beyond to use that facility for camping, for training, etc. Beyond that, we have supported the game of tennis. We have 2 very, very good tennis courts, and we're using that facility to train and grow young talent in tennis in Akwa Ibom State, in Uyo. There are other sports that we have at the resort: table tennis, squash, etc. And so we have transformed that asset into a platform to encourage different sports. As we speak, the hotel has a football club. It's called the Ibom Icon Hotel FC. And we have recently brought in international coaches and agents to look at young talent in Akwa Ibom State. And as we speak, there's a team of about 6 young men that have been selected by some of these international coaches and agents, and they're undergoing trials in Lagos as we speak today. And so we have used this facility to not only encourage and drive sports tourism, but also as an enabler for the youth to aspire, to grow, to become what they want to become, whether it's in the game of football or the game of golf or whatsoever sport they play. And we will continue to do that. We'll continue to use that platform and to drive the growth of sport tourism in Nigeria through that and through other properties that will come under the management of Icon Hotels and Resorts Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I can understand that you play golf. I can't understand how Deji plays golf because the golf club is taller than him. Don't go yet, sir. There is Deji. Please step forward for the induction for Ibom Icon. Let me call on Desmond Chiji of La Liga to come and help us with this presentation. I'm thinking we should do it against this background. So please. Deji, please, it's your show. Come and do the induction. It's not mine.
Okay. Okay. somewhere around there. So this is a brand I am emotionally attached to, given the fact that there are no two of it in the whole of the country, and it's a place I love to come. And one of these days, I hope you would especially host me. Okay, so straight to the business of the day. I would like you to, Mr. Desmond, please do present the certificate of induction into African Sports Tourism Hall of Fame.
Thank you very much. Congratulations. And I would, that aqua bomb is beginning to sound very attractive. Please, you can make me an ambassador, I'll come. All right. Thank you so very much for that. All right. Let's move on to our next lecture. You know, it's interesting the way it has been proved that we neglected sports, and especially in the schools at the grassroots. And I don't want to use the word haunt, but that's the truth. It's beginning to come back to haunt us, because a lot of our young people are restless because, hey, there's nowhere to do sport. But there is a place where I had the privilege of going to Spain in 2019 on what they call, the Lagos Business School has a sports business management program. I'm part of that program as one of the facilitators. So there's what we call the La Liga Week, which holds in Spain. It's 1 week of immersive learning of how the La Liga runs. And I'll give an example of a club. We went to Rayo Vallecano because we're in Madrid. All the clubs are in Madrid. The clubs we went to are in Madrid. Rayo Vallecano has about, I think, 8 to 10 8th grade teams, 5 to 7, 7 to 9, 9 up until 18. And immediately after school, it has become a culture. Once school finishes, and Rayo Vallecano is just one of 6 clubs in Madrid. We're talking about Madrid. So you can imagine if that is replicated across all the other sports. You will see mothers, fathers, children immediately after school bring those kids. Some of them will drop them, go back to work, come back and pick them. Hundreds of students. They leave them, they know they're in good hands. Some of them will never become professional footballers. Not everybody will become, but they are occupied, they are busy. And the thing about sports is that even if you don't succeed as a professional sports person, football, basketball, whatever, sport teaches you values, leadership, discipline, dedication, perseverance, working hard, teamwork, respect for the opponent, and all of that. Those are things we need to inculcate, especially, I'm sorry to say, in this Generation Z. Or is it, I think it's Generation Z. And for some of us who have teenagers at home, God help us. God help us. So they've mastered how to do it in Spain. So right now, I'm going to call the La Liga representative for Nigeria and Ghana, the La Liga delegate, global, they call them global delegates for Nigeria and Ghana, to come and tell us about how Spain has been able to make sports the choice of young people, and how Spain became a choice destination. We also went to Santiago Bernabeu, and it was, those people are minting money, honestly. We were there for 2 hours, and I could count at least 180 people who were paying $35 for the stadium tour. That was within the space of 2 hours. Imagine what they will be churning out in, and that's only one club again. That was in Spain. That was in Madrid. I don't know what happened in Barcelona. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Desmond Chije. La Liga delegate to Nigeria and Ghana to come and tell us how Spain became a choice sports destination. Desmond.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you very much. It's a privilege to be here, actually. I'm blessed to be here. I want to thank you all for taking it out of your time to be here with us today. I know today is Friday and the weekend is running down. We're all having things to do. But we are here to support and to talk about how Spain did it, how the effects, the changes that has happened, and how we've been managed to be on the forefront of everything. So I'll just briefly read out some things before I just prepared something quickly. It's just something brief, and then maybe later on, if somebody wants more information about it, they can meet us, and then we can see what we can do on one-on-one basis. But basically, tourism is one of the pillars of the Spanish economy, as we all know, as it is the economic sector that contributes the most wealth to the national economy as a whole, and the largest source of foreign exchange from abroad. Its geographical location, its coasts, bathed by different seas and oceans, its diverse climates and landscapes, and its cultural heritage have made the country one of the main international destinations in the world. The World Tourism Organization is based in Madrid. Spain was the second country in the world in the number of foreign tourists. That was in 2017, with its 1.9 million annual tourists, only surpassed by France. This means that tourism in Spain is an economic activity that already accounts for 12.4% of the country's GDP by 2019. Basically, going by what I presented here today is basically to show you that it can be done, it has been done, and it will continue to be done. And the most important thing that I would let people understand is how are they doing it? How are they making it possible? For me, hearing what we've said here today, I believe, from my own opinion, is down to one thing, and that's one thing alone is called management. That is how big companies do it. That is how countries do it. It's down to management, and management demands work. Money is attracted to management. Growth requires management. And if I'm to define management in my own words, which I know a lot of us know, but I will say the effective, efficient, and correct, timely use of another person's property and resources for the purpose of which they were delegated with a view to producing expected added value back to the person. So in other words, our office covers Ghana and Spain. We have a job to do. So now our directors are looking at us like, okay, you guys have a job to do. What are they looking from us? We need to add value. Our job now is to add value to Nigeria, to Ghana. And by adding that value, what we are trying to do is creating a balance for the broadcasters, for the entities, for the even footballers who are also playing in La Liga themselves. So it's down to management. And then how do we do it? Management automatically implies that it's not our material this time around. We are not working for ourselves. Rather, we are working for the people, the players, the fans, the directors, et cetera, because at the end of the day, we have to give account of what we are doing. As you can see on the chart that we just prepared, in 2010, it goes all the way from 2009 to 2018. To 2018, Spain which is practically here. The only country that was above Spain was France, as you can see here. France was the only country that was above Spain, meaning there are different things that falls into place. The geographical location, the coasts that are bathed with different seas and oceans, etc., etc. We talk about the Spanish gastronomy, the food, which is diverse as well, and then we talk about the infrastructure. Many international visitors, they find it very easy to come to Spain, the airports, the roads, and then when you have all these, and all this brings down to also security, like we've been talking about with the my colleague Ayodeji asked the question. He said, okay, that we wanted to go to Chapawadi. We had already done our presentation and et cetera, It was interesting. We knew we were going to win because our job is competitive as well. Even though we say we are also working, well, we look at it like that way because we also have other delegates in other countries as well who are also taking part in what we are doing. So for us, representing Nigeria for us is a passionate thing for us. And we always want to make sure that anywhere we are representing Nigeria, we are always in front, we are always up there. So the security, the movement of people within the country, the systems that are in place to make sure that the people who are coming in are protected as well as the citizens themselves, which is very important because without that, you cannot, when people don't feel safe, when people don't feel safe to move around freely, when the women can't walk around on the streets freely, or when the bus drivers can do their job perfectly, then people cannot be able to trust the system. So please, brother, the next slide, please. And then also we go into the sports entertainment as well, which is another aspect of what has been helping Spain to be where it is today. Even in the global pandemic, we the tourism was not as high as it has been in the past years, but still there was significant amount of people who choose Spain as their destination because of sports. They want to see sporting events, which they are also part of the tourism aspect of things. And then when we go to the next week, you can also take a look at when you talk about the sports, they want to see the Real Madrids, they want to see the Barcelonas by the coast, they want to see Real Madrid in the center, they want to come to the south where you have Granada, Sevilla, Malaga, Huelva, etc., etc. This is a global view as well of when people come to Spain, what they are expecting. Now they have different areas where they can go and have a good time. Are you coming to Madrid? You have Real Madrid. Are you going by the coast? You have Barcelona, you have Valencia. Are you coming to the south where it's close to Portugal? From here is 3 hours to 4 hours drive to Portugal. And it's one straight road. Nobody asks you anything. All you have to do is you take your card. When you get to the border, nobody asks you to pay anything. You just put your card and then you drive by. Nobody disturbs you, you just drive by there. So you come to the south, you have Sevilla, and all these things have sporting events as well. The way they do it is strategically that during all these periods, there are always sporting events that are also taking place. So when you come to the south now, maybe on a match day 15 or match day 16, you are having the Andalusia derby. That is it's an Andalusian derby, which is sometimes is between Sevilla and Betis. Or when you go to the north, then you have the Basque derby, which is between Athletic Bilbao and then Real Sociedad. Or when you come to the Barcelona derby, which is between Barcelona and Espanyol. Or then when you come to Valencia, you have another derby. So when people are traveling to all these states, or when you come to Madrid even, you either have the Real Madrid Getafe derby or you have the Real Madrid Atletico Madrid derby. So this is another strategy that they are using to keep people entertained, keep people moving around. Like Digi said, when we have the La Liga week in Madrid, which I'm hoping that a lot of us here can take part in that. It's a fantastic opportunity to get to know the city. You get to move around. You get to go to the Liga headquarters. You get to see how the professionals are doing it. You get to meet the people who are giving the news, how they are doing it. You get to interview them. You get to talk to them. You get to pick their knowledge. You get to see how it's been done. And then you get the opportunity also to go and watch a game during the weekend, take a tour, and etc., etc. And like you said, they are making money because you counted 180 people. That is just, you are counting only, what about those who are going to the executive boxes? You see, because all the prices are not going to be the same. So yeah, you're not talking about fans like you and I. What about the executive boxes that are going? Now you're talking about 100, 150 euros. So imagine 100 to 150 euros times 200 people daily or per hour. So they are making money, and all these monies are all accounted for. Please, next slide, please, brother. So how are they doing this? So we're talking about the development strategy. It's creating, like I said earlier on, it's creating value and growth. If we can't create value, then we cannot grow. Our development process is all about creating value, running a new campaign or improve an existing campaign. So if I'm having a campaign, if I want to make it work, I have to run a campaign that people are going to enjoy. And if I cannot do that, then I have to improve on the existing campaign as well. The next one is creating the right marketing mix to reach the consumers and to interest them in our brand, in our product. How we have to interest the people so that when they come, they're going to be seeing activities. Like when you go to the south, you have the in April, I think you have the Feria Sevilla. It's a big traditional cultural moment where you see people from all over the world coming there. People coming in their yachts. People are coming from their planes. It's a huge festival. And then when you go to Madrid as well, you see other festivals as well. So basically, the thing is, please, can you put it off? I want you guys to bear with us. It's just I want to get there's some things that I want us to get so that we can understand it. So like I was saying, it's all down to creating value, because the value we create, then we grow with that value, and then we add in value as well to what we are representing. So that is why when we say to people, and we use football, you need to have, okay, when we say, okay, the management aspect of it, how are we going to do it now? What they do also is you need to have a data. What that means is, how am I going to use my data to create my plan? How am I going to use that data to create my plan? How am I going to execute my plan? What are going to be my strategies to execute this plan? And how much is it going to cost me to execute this plan? And then how much is it going to cost me to have the right information to be able to execute this plan? That is also another thing that we're talking about. So going back to there now. So go back to the next one, please. I want to show them something quickly. Go back, please. Just one slide before. So having the right marketing mix to interest consumers and interest them in our brand. Then you go to the next one, having the right balance between the consumers, because you need to have, now you're talking about bringing people to your country to come and experience, to have that experience, because at the end of the day, you are selling an experience to a group of people who are coming into your country, who are coming to benefit from what you have. So now and for that to happen, you are engaging different people who are going to be running all these campaigns, all these programs, I'm talking about the hotels, I'm talking about the taxi drivers, I'm talking about the people selling water on the streets, etc., etc. So you need to have the balance between the consumers, the broadcasters, the local league, the local government entities that serves as a roadmap for growth tailor-made to target audience, because you are targeting a group of people. So you need to engage the local governments, you need to engage the broadcasters who are the people on the TV, etc., etc. You also need to engage the local league, because you need to have something for people that will attract people to come to your country. Next, please. So our objective, with that now we drop on objective. What is going to be our objective to be able to attract people to come to our country? We need to drive consumer acquisition. Yes, we need to drive consumer acquisition, which means we need to give them something that is going to make them to come back again for the next time, right? Then we need to drive adoption for digital content, enabling consumers to understand new technology and to be able to use them to carry out digital tasks successfully. Example, like when people are coming nowadays, when you are going to the airports, you don't even need to carry your COVID test anymore. You just put it on your phone, you just click it. Like now in Spain, most everything is digital. You just go there, you put your fingerprint, and then it reads, you just go by. And then, so these are the things you need to also build on, because we are now in a new age where the digital, we are now in a digital age and things are taking over. So we need to also educate people on that who are going to be carrying this task effectively. And then we talk about the visibility and the awareness. You need to create the visibility and the awareness. You need to run campaigns, adverts. You need to engage the media. You need to have a good, because there was something someone said to me one day. He said, he made a statement, and I told him, I said, that was wrong. You can't be promoting your country in a negative light. At the end of the day, people are seeing what you are promoting, and people are taking note. Even though you think people are not taking note, people are taking note. And now you want these people to actually come to your country and to take part in what you are doing, but you are promoting a negative image. So the image, the visibility is everything. The visibility, the awareness is everything for the people, because I want to go somewhere where I'm going to have a good time, take my family to, my wife, walk on the beach, go to and eat a special meal somewhere, dine with my girlfriend, etc., and have a good time. So people need that awareness. That visibility and awareness is important. And then you need to bring the product as well closer to the tourists. How you need to bring the product, they don't need to go far away to get those. That is why sometimes in the hotels they are doing different shows. Like there was some hotels in Spain. What they do is they invite artists, or they invite they do special programs whereby those that are in the hotel, they are not going outside to spend the money. So they are spending their money right now in the hotels. Like there's a particular local government in Spain where I live. What the mayor is doing is he's building a small city in a local government. And then they asked him why. He said because he doesn't want the people in the local government to go out to go and spend their money. He wants them to spend their money in the local government. So what he's doing now is building a city in the local government. What is he doing? He's building parks, like what we talked about parks. He's building parks, he's building hotels, he's engaging, he's creating jobs for the people in the so that they can make money and spend money in the hotel. So what is now happening is when you go to the city is congested because of the cars and et cetera, et cetera. So people want where they can go separate from the city, somewhere tranquil, where they can. So that's what he's doing now in that city. So he's bringing the product closer to the people. So you have to also bring the product closer to the people. And then we talk about the frequency and talkability. Promotion, you have to keep promoting it. It has to be in the news that, oh, this place, you have to be in the news all the time. You have to talk about it. And then you have to also do corporate social responsibility. You have to do CSR projects. You have to engage communities, engage them in a very positive way so that they can also be part of what you are going to give to the public. Because at the end of the day, like I always say, it's a collective effort. It's not an individual effort. It's a collective effort. So please, on the next slide. So this is the overview of our development. Our vision. You need to have a vision. We need to have a vision, which we have, approaching the market. How do I approach the market? And you need to have a team. It's very important that you have a good team. Without a good team, none of this is going to work. Like what we do in La Liga office in Nigeria and Ghana, we are a team. At the end of the day, before we go out, we discuss our plans. We have to have our plans, we discuss about it, we talk about it, and we all have to agree before we step out. So you need to have a team. You need to have agreements with institutions as well, because they're going to form part of the growth of bringing people in, because all these people play a part. People are going to be coming, people are going to be paying money here and there, people are going to be seeing parks. So you need to have agreements with them to make sure that everybody's on the same page. And then you need to have also fan engagement, tourist engagement. You need to engage them. Also, you need to have events in the city so that when people are going by, they can go to different events and have some fun and et cetera, et cetera. And the most important thing is not only having the fun, they are spending their money being happy, you know. Also, you need to have activations. You need to have commercial partners as well. Very important. You need to have commercial partners. People who are like today, the shows that we are doing today, like the shows that we do with La Liga, et cetera, et cetera. We need our commercial partners to be part of it as well, because they help us to also promote our message. What is our vision? Our vision always is to be a relevant member of the community, enhancing local talent and promoting values in the region, helping on its development. Because at the end of the day, what we want is development in that region. We want a development in the local region, because if the development is happening, it starts in the local sector, it's going to grow to other parts as well. And so everybody is going to be benefiting from it. Next slide, please. So, yeah. So basically, this is part of the ways that Spain has been able to do it. Unfortunately, there's so much information out there, and I don't want to make you guys, because when we start giving all the information, sometimes the people get lost and get carried away. And then, so I believe, if anybody has any questions or later on you want to ask questions, please feel free. We are here for you and we want to engage. And yeah, so that's about it. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thank you.
This man is becoming my running mate, because we're always meeting everywhere. This week alone, we are met in 3 or 4 different places. All right. As long as it takes me to Spain next year, I don't mind. I tell you, Spain has gotten it to a T. It's a country that I learned at that La Liga week that the La Liga alone contributes 7% to the country's GDP. 1.7%, which is huge for a sports franchise. That's huge, you know. And the fact that it just occupies the kids, which is what we need to do. You know, that's what we need to do. We need to get back to that level of engagement, because somebody told me that the only thing that teenagers will do willingly, 2 things: party or go and do sports. You don't have to, but any other thing, read, walk. But if you tell them there's a party or let's go and play football, they do those things willingly. I mean, with all due respect to popular culture and all of that, in those areas, talent alone may be enough. But in the area of sports, talent is not enough. Yeah, there has to be discipline. There are certain things you can't, they test you for drugs every day. You can't do certain things when it comes to sports. So sports has major advantages it can give to us. And hopefully we'll continue to try and change the narrative so that sports can take its rightful position. So once again, please, ladies and gentlemen, help me thank Desmond Chiji. Okay, we've talked about Spain. Let's come home. Lagos is a difficult city, but Lagos is a wonderful city. Even Desmond, who lives in Spain, is nodding his head. You know, it can be difficult like today. I'm sure a lot of us had hassles getting here because of the traffic, because of the rains, but there's still a lot that can be done. So our next topic is about Lagos. Not very long, just short, just touching on the potentials that Lagos has and what's possible. So our next topic is sport tourism in Nigeria. What can Lagos offer? Let me respectfully invite my sister, Moyo Ogunshainde, to the podium. Sport tourism, what can Lagos offer? Thank you, Moyo.
So all protocols are duly followed. So my name is Moyo Ogunshainde. I will speak mainly from my experience. I'm an executive director, real estate developer, hospitality specialist operator of the Radisson Blu. I'm also the executive director of Upbeat Recreational Facility in Lekki, amongst other hospitality assets. How I got into sports is very different from the typical way people got into sports. My background is in real estate development. And as a real estate developer, as I said, I've been very privileged to develop hospitality assets. As real estate developers, we have a task to activate our spaces, to have catalysts, things that will, that will activate these our facilities, our developments. And we have found that, in hospitality, in operations, sports has just been an absolute gem of a way to activate our spaces, to activate the community, to bring, peace, communication, to bring harmony to the community, to foster, peace amongst the youth and entertainment. That since I got involved in sports over, 10 years ago, I definitely, will not be going back to. I will always consider sports as a very easy way to activate any space. Hospitality industry, as we know, involves lodging, food and drinks, event planning, theme parks, travel and tourism, the restaurants. As I said, sports tourism is fastest growing catalyst in tourism. For example, in this hotel, the Radisson Blu Anchorage Hotel, we found that sports has become a growing segment in our corporate groups. It didn't come, sports was not easily identified as something in our strategic meetings that, management go out looking for sports, but somehow sports found us. And we've had various groups, personally and on corporate level, from the tennis competitions that have happened, table tennis competitions that happened 2 years ago, to the Falcons, to other footballing tournaments. They always touch base with our hotel. We're very privileged because of the location, because of the facility, but they always keep on coming. Even in the last 6 months, we know how much revenue we have gained from having sports as a growing segment. So the question here is, if we have sports as a growing segment for our hotel in Lagos, you ask ourselves, what is Lagos? Why Lagos? Why our hotel? Why do they keep on coming back? The most evident thing is the fact that the facilities are in Lagos. Whatever quality they may be, but they are in Lagos. We have the infrastructure. We have in the National Stadium, we have Taslim Balogun. We have the ease of, air transport, access, the airport, the road infrastructure. We also have the medical facilities in Lagos. These things have made Lagos the obvious choice for a lot of these competitions over any other city in Nigeria. Apart from that, it's a melting pot of culture, of ethnic groups in Lagos. You can't find it any otherwhere in any other city, but and it keeps on growing each day, as we know. Nelson Mandela said, sport has the power to change the world, the power to inspire. It has the power to unite people in a way that no other thing can, maybe religion, but sports definitely has a way to unite. And that is what we find with Lagos. It is a strategic hub for partnerships. Major headquarters are found here. You can't, I grew up in Ibadan. I can't be going to Ibadan for the headquarters of most of the national institutions or the multinationals. You find them here in Lagos. Lagos has this, is a popular destination. It's for tourists. It has soft spots, leisure, the music, the culture, the nightlife, it's here. So it's very, very important when people are scouting for talent, it's Lagos they come to. Lagos is also home to many sports broadcasting houses and enabling infrastructure to allow for streaming of these live events. It's much easier in Lagos. Another thing is Lagos is developing creative sports initiatives, an opportunity for people of different gender, the gender, male and female, disabled, special needs, the whole range of people segments were able to create unique sporting events for them from Lagos because of the mindset of the Lagosians and the commercial landscape we have here to always think of new ways of creating sports events. For instance, Lagos already pioneers sports projects that are inclusive. In 2021, there was an event called Travel Girls Sports Week. Who would have imagined Travel Girls Sports Week? The whole combination is, but it's happened here. It was basically a sports competition amongst Nigerian women who are travel and tourism experts. There's a mature tourism product in Lagos that creates benefits for the tourism industry, and that's just one of many. The beachfront, we have copper. There's so many opportunities for a diverse range of sports that includes the whole community. So what does that leave us with as tourism, hospitality specialists in sports? We're left with a mandate to continually innovate, to think outside the box of how we can come up with these events that will continue to activate our community using the assets we have, be it physical assets like buildings, be it physical assets like automobiles, whatever it may be, or being intangible assets like sheer willpower, mind, to come up with more events that will enable and grow the economy for a better and more robust future for sports tourism in Lagos and in Nigeria. Thank you for this opportunity. I look forward to more of this and look forward to next year being bigger and stronger. And Radisson Blu is a proud supporter of this event any day. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Moyo. That was enlightening. I want to thank Radisson Blu for being a proud supporter of this event. Before we continue, a couple of recognitions of some of the people who have contributed to this and they're here. Let me recognize and welcome Sir Fetobo Ahwana, CEO, founder, Nigeria Travel Week. Please just indicate wherever you are, just raise your hand. Okay, maybe you stepped out. Okay, thank you, sir, for being here. Mr. Sheyi Akinwumi, Vice President, Nigerian Football Federation. Sheyi, thank you for being here. Let me welcome Mr. Hafiz Balogun, Country Manager, Kenya Airways. Mr. Hafiz Balogun, thank you, sir. Mr. Chris Isaiah, Sales Manager, Kenya Airways. Sir Chris Isaiah, Sales Manager, Kenya Airways, also here. Thank you, sir. Mr. Tom Ukaduku, Publisher, Aviators Africa. Ukachuku, sorry, I thought your handwriting. Ukachuku, thank you, sir. All right, at this point, we're going to take a few remarks from our dear sister, Princess Adenike Adedoyin Ajayi, Permanent Secretary, Lagos State Ministry of Tourism, Arts and Culture. Please help me welcome Princess Adenike Adedoyin Ajayi. Thank you.
Thank you, my brother. I'm sure you're not aware of where the connection is, but we'll talk about that later. Before I start anything, I will just, apart from adopting the already established protocols, for us in Lagos State, we're sort of in a state of mourning by virtue of some of the things that has happened, particularly, recently where we had the building collapse and a lot of lives, lost, and we're still counting. And so we've declared, Mr. Governor has declared a state of mourning. All our flags are half mast, and that also affects us as government officials. And so anywhere we go, because work has to go on, we still need to recognize that fact that as a government and as a state, we're in a state of mourning. And please, I crave your indulgence to just take a few, seconds to let us just reflect that mood for the state that we are in, particularly for those that we've lost and their families. May their souls continue to rest in peace, and we ask that the Almighty will comfort the families that are left behind and heal our state and our land. Thank you very much. My name is Princess Adenike Adedoyin Ajayi. I am currently the Permanent Secretary for the Ministry of Tourism, Arts and Culture in Lagos State. And I bring you greetings from our governor, Mr. Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu, and of course, our political heads in the ministry, the Honorable Commissioner and the Special Advisor to Mr. Governor on Tourism, Arts and Culture, and the entire staff. And I'd also like to recognize my directors that have come here to support me so that I'm not feeling all alone in the midst of all of these tourism experts, sports tourism experts that are here. Right. A goodwill message. It took me a while to sort of write something on sports tourism. I've always, seen sports as sports, but getting into the tourism space, I realized that there's a tourism that is attached to sports. And so I consider it a great pleasure to attend this event today. Today's event has one leg with sports and the other on tourism, and which shows the depth of conversations that are bound along the tourism value chain And those conversations, have actually, been going round since I got here. So the tourism sector is such that has a wide taproot across all the spheres of human endeavor, connecting all the dots from health tourism through transportation tourism, and of course, the sports tourism that we're all here to talk about, just to mention a few. We also have the gastronomic tourism, which is all about food. We have music tourism, which is all about music and entertainment. So I think tourism is just life. It encompasses everything that we do. And for us in the ministry, we have keyed into these different areas of tourism potentials as a way of attracting more patronage for our local markets, improve livelihood, and also empower or provide job opportunities for the youth population. As a matter of fact, part of the mandates of the ministry is to use the instrument of tourism as opportunities to create jobs, and of course, to improve the quality of life, give more employment, and contribute significantly to the state's gross domestic product, just like Mr. Chiji, just like Mr. Chiji was saying with Spain. We are also looking towards that way. We might not be where you are at in Spain, but we're working our way up gradually. And to a great extent, the ministry has significantly made appreciable progress in these areas as several beneficiaries have emerged from its various empowerment programs instituted in partnership with some of our stakeholders like yourselves, especially those in the creative sector. The ministry also trained some youths across the various local government areas of the state for free in areas of tour guiding. I think Mr. Ife was there. Yes, so you can bear us witness that we're not, we do put our money where our mouth is. And for us to be able to ensure that when our tourists come, there are professional people as tour guides that are taking them around. So to the main reason why we have gathered here, which is on sports tourism, as I earlier stated, sports is one of the vehicles through which tourists are attracted to different cities of the world, and it remains a major source of income for those countries and the cities globally. As a state, a lot of opportunities are inherent in the tourism sector for us. The Ministry of Tourism, Arts and Culture, our focus is to leverage on sporting events and activities to make our tourism sector more vibrant and very attractive to tourists, in the same way we're using our advocacy in other areas like wellness, like music, like entertainment, like creative industries, etc., to encourage those in diaspora to also visit Nigeria for various reasons for tourism. The ministry will strengthen its relationship with the organizers of this event, and you can take our word for that. And we will continue to strengthen our relationship. That's the real reason why we're here, so that you know that we are serious. We could send representatives, but we chose to come with the most senior directors in the ministry, just to let you know that we are supporting this, despite the state of mourning that we are. We had to get clearance to come here. So the ministry will strengthen its relationship with the organizers of this event and the Lagos State Sports Commission to further unravel the potentials in sports tourism development towards the fulfillment of this administration's vision for the entertainment and tourism space. It is my hope that this year's African Sports Tourism Week will further strengthen the bond between tourism and sports stakeholders towards maximizing the opportunities in sports events and sports in holidays, just like Mr. Ibom Resort was actually alluding to, for people to come, but we will be directing them to Lagos. With the sole goal of arriving at Africa, and in particular Nigeria, that consciously appreciates and approaches sports as tourism venture. I think it was the man from the, what's your name, sir? You were talking about domestic tourism and community-based tourism. And I'll just like to touch on that. For us in Lagos State, I think in July, we actually had our master plan, our new tourism master plan, which will run from this year till year 2030, I think, till year 2030. It is a very, very robust tourism master plan, which has a policy guidelines that is going to be the thrust for pushing that master plan. And one of the things in the master plan is community-based tourism, because we are very much aware of everything that he has said. All of those things that, have sort of becoming extinct, because community-based tourism or community-based anything is really, really not happening anymore. Community-based everything is where everything grows, because we catch them from the grassroots. We catch them young as well, and we nurture them, and then they become, these great names that we have. All of our Modupe Oshikoyas of those days, and all of our footballers, that we grew up knowing. The Shegun Degba Amizi, Doke Amizimaka, all of those people that we knew, Emmanuel or Okala, all of those people, they were all from their communities, the various communities that they used to live in. We are only even looking at those ones in the sports and football. What about the other areas of sports? The swimming, we used to have vibrant swimmers back in the days. The row park was a meeting point for those of us that swam, all of those things. Stadium used to be our meeting point. The Surulere Stadium when we were growing up, where everybody, you go there and you exercise. And because of that, the crime rate was very low amongst the youths, because they were engaged. They had things that they were doing. There were things that kept them occupied. And so we have decided to take that back on, to start growing our community-based tourism. We've already started. We're going through all the local government. We're starting with a pilot. We have 6 local governments that we're starting with, so that we use them as a learning curve. And so we continue to build on that. So we use them, we see what's going on, we see how we can grow all of those things in every area, be it sports, be it food, be it athletics, anything. And we start with that. So we are proud to say that, yes, we have caught that vision even before you told us, came to tell us about it. And we are in the, at the very early stages of growing our community-based tourism, so that we can begin to expand the space of tourism beyond all of those high-level ones. We start with the community, and with that, we can also grow our domestic tourism, so that people start looking inwards rather than going to Spain, rather than going to Dubai, rather than going to, so we can begin to, grow our own community-based domestic tourism, where people can go from here to Uyo, come from Uyo to Lagos, go to Abeokuta, go to, and all of those things. And we begin to connect all the dots through all other means that will enable tourism to thrive. We're talking about our waterways. We are already saying Lag Ferry should start doing something. We're already looking at our transportation. We're looking at cycling. We're going to have cycling, how we're going to, when we have our the Greater Lagos Fiesta event that is coming for this year, we're taking the whole of December, from 1st of December till the 1st of January, 2022, for the Greater Lagos Fiesta. And cycling is one of them. We're going to have marine experience, where a lot of marine sports, jet skiing, all of these things will be showcased, just to let you know that we are, on the 1st of October, we went on a ferry on the barge to have a party to celebrate our 1st of October. These are all the things that we're doing to encourage our domestic tourism, and also to look at all of those things that we can harness within us, rather than going out all the time. So we are looking at your ways, and we'll be stealing all of those things to help us strategize some more, because that's what's called peer review learning. And so we are not ashamed to say we will learn from those who have done it well. We will strategize and ensure that all of those things come together, and to cap it off, I would say sports tourism, we have come to realize it's how much it is in the space of tourism. And we are doing all we can to ensure that we enhance and we use all of those things to our own advantage within the sports and the tourism space. So thank you very much for this time. And I wish us all a good summit. Ìgbéga ìpínlẹ̀ Èkó, àjùmọ̀ṣe gbogbo wa ni.
Thank you very much, ma. You know, Lagos State is always in front. Although in this case, we have to credit Akwa Ibom State as well. They're not doing badly. You could hear the diction and all of that. You know, when you see us broadcasters, you know us. You know, you know us. Proud to have my big sister here. Thank you very much, ma, for your kind words. Okay. So we're going to have our first panel session for today. We can see like 4, 5 chairs there. So we're going to have our first panel session. Are you still here or you're going? Okay. All right. If you don't get up now, I'm going to arrest you. Okay. And just give me a minute. Okay, our first panel session. 1 second, please. Okay, it's on sport holiday and sport event logistics, the role of aviation, hospitality, and administrators from both sides. This is like a 30-minute session. All right, so please let me welcome Dejia Jomali Mukwad will moderate the session. So let me call the panelists. The panelists, Mr. Hafiz Balogun, Country Manager, Kenya Airways. Mr. Hafiz Balogun, Country Manager, Kenya Airways, please. Thank you for being here. I think one second, quickly this. Okay. Mr. Efe Tobere Ahona, CEO, founder, Nigeria Travel Week. Please come and join our panel here. Is he here? Okay, he's coming. Okay. And Mr. Tom Ukadioku, Publisher, Aviators Africa. Mr. Tom Ukadioku, Publishers, Aviators Africa. Please, you're required in front here. Please, let's welcome them. These are the gurus of tourism. So we need the gurus to handle this. It's a 30-minute session. We can take questions and answers after that. And okay, Moyo is here. Moyo Gushede joins us. So Dejia Jomali Mukwad would moderate the session. Thank you.
So, sports holiday So good afternoon. Once again, I'm Prince Deji Ajomale Mikwad, and it is my pleasure to be moderating this session. This is a topic very close to my heart because sport holiday always hold the fort. We can't always have sporting events. The fact is that mega sporting events are fun gulping, and there's only so much that can be hosted in a destination per time. But sport holiday can always go on. Like sport holiday or sports tourism is as simple as me leaving my home to come and play golf in a Koyi club. It is that simple. Within same state, or going to Abeokuta or going to Ibadan or going to Uyo to go and play golf. So it is that simple. And that's the beauty of sport holiday. It is always ongoing. Unlike sporting events, you need months, you need years to plan it. So my first question would be to Moyo. Now, you are very passionate about Lagos. I follow you on LinkedIn. I see all your write up about tourism at large in Lagos and sports. And you are the founder of, the biggest sporting facility privately owned in Lagos. What do you think Lagos should do differently as far as sport holiday is concerned?
What government can do, I think, in sports, tourism, and tourism as a whole is providing an enabling environment to support the private sector in developing more of these facilities. The thing about government is the Lagos State government is actually quite robust with a whole range of departments and institutions that have established rules, regulations, everything to ensure that, whatever it is you want to do, develop, you have the support. It's just ensuring that there's continuous follow-up of everything that they have set in place to support the private sector. So for instance, in our journey to doing a recreational center in Lekki Upbeat, we like every development, you have to go through the proper regulations to develop a project, property, and the institutions are there to support us. And we, the building permits, everything. And Lagos, they did follow through with that. Then when it comes to, the operations, the tourism boards are there to support. So it's just ensuring that the government is doing what government is meant to do, follow through. Even the safety commission, Lagos State Safety Commission, it's there to ensure that even as a private sector organization that is involved in recreation and tourism, that we follow certain safety protocols. There is a department for that as well in Lagos State. So I think it's just what we've been saying. Government should continue to enable whatever it is private sector has to build or do or develop or operate, and and regulate. But because it's actually quite robust. It's just continuous support we want, continuous enablement and regulation. That's it. Thank you.
And Ife, you are the founder of Nigeria Travel Week, one of the major tourism events in the country. And I think this whole session is going to be more about Nigeria, what we can do locally. Of course, we'll be benchmarking against destinations out there, but then it's going to be about local sports tourism. I think Nigeria Travel Week should be in its 5th year, right? Your experience as the organizer of Nigeria Travel Week. What do you think Nigeria has to offer as far as sports tourism is concerned?
Thank you. Well, I'm sure everyone seated in this hall already knows that the potentials for Nigeria when it comes to sports tourism or any kind of tourism for that matter is truly enormous. I mean, everywhere in the world, we're popular for football, we're popular for basketball. These days, we're practically world champions for UFC and boxing. So basically for every kind of sport you look out that you talk about, Nigeria is very popular. Now, with tourism, basically what we're looking at is how do you then make people travel from one place to the other and then enjoy all of these things. And so the potential is basically about, getting people to move for the sake of sports and for the sake of having, a good time. There are lots of, sports resorts that are also, coming up these days. I mean, there's the very huge Ilaji resorts somewhere in Ibadan. You have Oge Resort as well. I mean, we have the Ibom Icon. So all of these are facilities that tend to encourage sports tourism. So what I think is missing at this point is that strong value chain, which I think is the biggest problem with our tourism. Every aspect of tourism has that problem. Until we are able to sort out our tourism value chain, it's going to be difficult. And when I say the tourism value chain, this is what I mean. For the average tomato seller, to be in business, there needs to be someone who goes to the north to buy in bulk. They then buy, you buy a trailer load of tomatoes, and then you come to Lagos, you sell to probably the market woman who buys maybe 200 baskets and thereabout. That one then sells to the one who sells maybe 2 baskets and go, and then it goes down. So the average person can then go and buy maybe 100 naira worth of tomatoes and like that. And that's how you have a value chain. For everybody who starts any business, one of the first things they think of is who are going to be my wholesalers? How do I sell this thing, get it to the market? At this point for our tourism, we have not established all of those. So you don't have the tour operators, for example, working with travel agents. You don't have the hotels working with tour operators. And unless we are able to get that chain working, whereby, I mean, you want to go to Spain, for example, you call your travel agent and then they give you a week's package for Spain. That travel agent must have contacted the tour operator in Spain who gives him all of the whatever's, inclusive of flights, inclusive of hotel and all of that, until we get to that point in Nigeria where we're able to sell. And that's the campaign we've been pushing for the past 2 years now with Nigeria Travel Week. That value chain has to work. So our airlines, our hotels, our entertainment providers, our tour operators, we must come to a table and sit down and see how do we get to work together so that people can buy. It's not just sufficient to say we have the potential. Yes, you have this resort, you have sports, you have this. How do people buy? How do people pay money for all of these things that we're talking about? So that's where we need to get to. Otherwise, the potentials are, like I said, very endless.
Okay, thank you very much. We are Africans. We are Africans, and we are very particular about respect. So I need to mention this. Please pardon me that I have to call you by your name, by your first name. Please, please. We're Africans. Let's not forget that. So I would like to go to Afiz. You are the country manager of Kenya Airways, Nigeria. And Kenya is one of the top destinations for sport in Africa. And I must give it to Kenya because they give attention to almost every sport. Kenya is home to rugby, one of the few destinations of rugby in Africa. Kenya gives reasonable attention to cricket. They may not be so good in football. They try, but then West Africa cannot stand near Kenya or East Africans where long races are concerned. I remember a couple of years back, there was this argument that Kenyans should be stopped from running in Lagos City Marathon. Because they just come, they pick our prizes, and they go home. That's simple. But then I told people, no, you don't understand. Lagos City Marathon is an opportunity to market Lagos as a destination. It is not about the Kenyans that come here. We own the property, we own the destination, we own, the beautiful places to sightsee. It's an opportunity, and I think, forgive me before I ask you the question, because I needed to make this comment. We need to be more deliberate. I'm glad the administrators are here. We need to be very much more deliberate, especially in the area of production and route race planning. The race route need to be around our most popular destinations. Our most popular attractions. Because when the cameras are picking the athletes, they're also picking the attractions. So we are killing two birds with one stone. I would use a very good example. Cape Town Marathon. Cape Town Marathon and two ocean races, both are Cape Town events. Look at the routes. They are usually around their finest attractions. So there is no missing those attractions. There's no way cameras can miss those attractions. So back to the question I wanted to ask you. What is Kenya doing differently that Nigeria can learn from as far as sports tourism is concerned?
Thank you very much. I must say that this topic is very interesting, and we all have to start from somewhere. Kenya has a master plan of what they want to do in sports, especially sports tourism. It's not enough for us to just say, yes, sports, let's have this, develop that, develop that. It involves every sector. Kenya put all sectors on the table, including health, including wealth creation ministry, including even as little as Ministry of Information. Everybody comes around to the table and they ask you, what do you need to contribute to this? This is our master plan. And that's the only way we can get there. If we allow Ministry of Tourism to do it alone, there is little they can do. Imagine you want to, talk about tourism, and all we are doing in Lagos that I've seen is tourism at the head of affairs there, the top, tourism. But when I talk about sport tourism, I'm also a member of Supporters Club, Nigerian Supporters Club. When we go out there, after football, Mr. Akinwumi knows that, when we are off, the competition, what we just do is, where do we want to go? You just look for areas to go as low as $50, $100, you can have somewhere to go. The footballers, we engage in those luxuries ones and so on. But Supporters Club are in many, about hundreds of them, that goes into the budget, estimate of the tourism. How many of that do you have in Lagos? Can anybody do a major tourism in Lagos with just 5,000 naira? Let's look at that. Except you want to go to conservation. Yes, conservations, you do that today, and you come back, you come out the next day. Where do you want to go? Go around the city of Lagos. Will it cost you that? Please, let's look at everything holistically. And that's what Kenya does. People, if you have ever gone to My Samara, they keep people there in the village, and they create Ministry of Tourism and even University of Tourism inside My Samara, so that you have people in the village that are able to stay in there, and they speak good English. So they become the tourist guide. So when you go into My Samara, you meet them. They are the one dressed in Kenya, Maasai, and they're able to talk to you and say, yes, this is what we have, this is what we have, this is what we do in there. These are the things we have to do. We are talking about Kili Marathon. Kili Marathon in Tanzania, they do it around Kilimanjaro in the town of Moshi. And the whole town is bubbling around, during that time. And that is the kind of thing that we want to see. In a nutshell, we need to have a good master plan, bring everybody on the table, and look at tourism across the board, not only the high esteem, even the low esteem, because they also go into that. Don't forget, when we were young, we started, with university, primary school, we were running, graduated on to Principal Cup. Somebody have said that. Then at Noga Games, I was not able to, play because I got injured. I couldn't graduate, but you have others that, move on like that. This is the way we need to do it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Tony, let me come to you. Without aviation in the 21st century, sport is nothing. Absolutely nothing, except if we want to go back to the days when we just, play soccer on our streets, which is fine, but it's not going to be enough. So, what do you think? Is there any level of synergy that is yet to be, visited as far as sports tourism is concerned? I mean, synergy between sport administrators, sport organizers, and sport stakeholders and the aviation industry.
Thank you very much, Deji. Excuse me. You had earlier on murdered my name, so let me introduce myself properly. So my name is Tony Okachufu. I'm the publisher, CEO of Aviators Africa, a media, PR, and marketing company for travel and tourism in Africa. So straight to your question. There's something that's been resounding among the panelists, which is just like Effie mentioned, taking the value chain. Then Mr. Afis also mentioned about, getting everybody to the table. So there has been fragmentation along the value chain, even at the national level, but I must also give it to Lagos State. They are trying to get it together. So just like Mr. Afis said, there is no synergy yet, among the players in the value chain, and that we must address and have a workable master plan that we can implement. Okay, so we can have a master plan, but how about implementing and following through with the master plan? That is where we've often not gotten it right. There have been master plans since I have known travel and tourism, but how much have we implemented these master plans? So that remains to be seen. So there has to be a coming together, a synergy and along the value chain from aviation to tourism to hospitality. We must connect well. That's where Kenya has gotten it so very well. I was in Magical Expo, Tourism Expo in 2019. I was talking to the Minister of Tourism. I said there is some kind of fragmentation between Kenya Airways and the Tourism Board. And he agreed with me, because if you have a national carrier and you have such a robust tourism board, there should be a synergy between the carrier and the tourism board for it to have influx to that destination. So, okay, it's hard for some countries that don't have carriers, but if you have a carrier and you have a robust destination, there should be no reason why that synergy should not be there. So coming back to Nigeria, that's what we need. We need the synergy. We need the players in the value chain to come together so that we'll have a seamless and fluid flow in the value chain for us to get that influx and that grow in GDP that we all require. Thank you very much.
Now, Let me come back to you, Moyo. If we are to create a proper sports holiday culture in Nigeria, not just Lagos, in Nigeria and in Africa, what would be your suggestion as far as strategy is concerned? I mean, a culture where, because I'll use Europe as a very good example. And I mentioned it to someone during the lockdown last year. I said, for some reason, poverty helped Africa. Yeah, because it could have been worse for us as far as the pandemic was concerned. And this is what I meant. In Europe, a good number of the countries, especially in the Schengen region, are connected by train. So it's very easy. You can buy your train ticket from Belgium, enter France. You enter France, you can enter Italy, you can go to Greece. So it's easy to move around. You don't even, it's not something you need to spend months planning. You can just decide, okay, this weekend I'm doing it in Belgium. It's that easy. Train ticket, how much is it? You're already in Belgium. Weekend, and you're back Monday morning. So it was easy. And that was why it was easy for the virus to spread easily. My aviation expert here, please, how much would it cost me to go to Equatorial Guinea from here? Give me an idea. Yes, $900. Low season, $900 can take me as far as the UK. Am I wrong, sir? As far as UK, as far as New York. And that same $900 is going to take me all the way to Equatorial Guinea that is just beside us here in Central Africa. So that was why I said poverty helped Africa. Because we couldn't, it's not easy, it's more expensive to move around within Africa. So you have to give yourself brain, like we see on the street. So for some reason, poverty helped Africa. However, it won't help us in this case. So if Africa is to have a strategy for a sport holiday culture, what would you advise?
I wouldn't say I'm a professional at strategy planning, but it's quite evident from what everyone has been saying that there's a need for cross communication across all stakeholders, from the top to, I won't call it bottom, but at all different levels. There's a need for cross communication and deliberations of the key stakeholders. For instance, based on the example you gave, the poverty, as you said, resulted in people being not connected. The lack of connectivity enabled us not catch the pandemic to such a large extent. However, this lack of connectivity is causing us more harm than, we're not able to grow as fast as we can because we're not connected. I remember just, going to Senegal is like a major chore from Nigeria, a major chore just to go to Senegal. And, and so many different places. And we know the impact just when, was it 3 years ago when we were able to go to Cape Verde? And in that short space of time, the ability to get straight from Nigeria to Cape Verde, the impact on the economy was evident. Now, so stakeholder strategy session where the government brings all the stakeholders to sit down, key representatives, and everyone talks about it. And this master plan is signed off by everyone and implementation starts. And accountability coming back to check 6 months milestone, 1 year. How are we doing? 5-year master plan. If we're even to implement 1 year, we can see the difference. 1 year that all of us were involved, from the operators, to the travel agencies, the aviation. I think I've said it, but I'm just echoing what everyone has said. Yes, please.
So let me just add to that. You see, when we talk about sports development, transition is very key. Infrastructure is very key into it. The Ibom man is not here. If you want to go and spend a day in Akwa Ibom, do you know how much it's going to cost you? It's going to be more expensive than going to Dubai. I can assure you. So these are the things we need to take into consideration. Government needs to look at subsidizing certain things, you understand, for tourism to grow. So the hotels that we are talking about, I mean, I can understand that hotels these days, they have a lot of, challenges, and so on and so on. But the cost of running an hotel is not easy. And a good 3-star hotel in Nigeria will go for about, 20-something thousand naira and so on. And whereas, over there you can get someone that is something that's cheaper than that. So what we have now is outbound tourism. Nigerians thinking of going out, not thinking of coming in. Let me just give you an example. The consular, Kenya consular came into Nigeria, and I usually go to meet them when they come, and facilitate with them, have a dinner, and tell about Nigeria. This time I couldn't go because of pandemic. And what do we find out? Most Nigerians are being rejected on visas. Then I quickly organized a meeting, and I asked the man, why are you rejected? He said, you see a lot of young people coming out asking for visas. And I said, how young? He said 20, 22. For us, that's nothing for us. For Nigerians, 20 can go out. But for them in Kenyans, you have not explored anything within Kenya. And he said, what are they going to do? He said, how much have they known about Nigeria? I was shocked, honestly, and that is still what we need to start thinking about, because it affected me also about 3 or 4 years ago, shortly before the pandemic. My children, have gone to South Africa, been to Paris, London, and everything. And I was talking about Gambia, Ghana, and Daddy, where is that? It's in West Africa. And I quickly realized that, hey, people have not gone to West Africa. So the next holiday, I plan them to move down to West Africa. This is what we have to think about. Let's think more about inbound tourism. Government should be able to, have that master plan to subsidize a lot of things to grow tourism. Thank you.
So just to highlight that it's actually possible. What the pandemic did was very interesting in that we've had this challenge where we were never able to fill up our rooms during the weekend. We're always considered as a corporate hotel. We've never, Monday to Friday, fully booked, 100%. Saturday to Sunday, it wasn't empty, but you just did not have the occupancy. And we'll sit in meetings. How do we get these rooms filled? And the pandemic came, and we just were very surprised that, and it's still happening now, that most of our rooms we've now turned to a leisure hotel. For something that we had a challenge for over 10 years, we sat down in meetings trying to solve. That's what the pandemic did. That now our occupancy rates are higher than even before. And during the weekends, we're full. So it just shows that Nigerians actually want to travel, and we can travel within state if we're provided with the range of facilities, the ease, the infrastructure, and the revenues are good. The number of nights we had is like 80% Nigerians. And that it shows that there's opportunity. And I really pray we don't, miss this opportunity, because once the pandemic is fully over, so thank you.
Please, I'd like to quickly say something about that. So how do we build that culture? I'd like to say it's very important that we have the right policy. So this is first for governments. And I'm very happy that Lagos State is here, because I believe that if there are any good ideas and Lagos State catches on, then we have hope. Because we can all say that Lagos leads. I'm sure we'll all agree on that. So let's look at those kind of policies that could change, that could drive tourism. For example, let's assume that Lagos State, for example, says that all schools must go on a tour, at least once every term. Private schools, they have the money, their parents will pay for them because they are always traveling abroad anyways. But then public schools can then be funded, by corporates. So private corporate organizations can then adopt, public schools and say, look, I'm going to take care of your a few of your students and take them on tours. And so gradually we build a holiday culture. The Kenyan example, for example, I remember the first Nigeria Travel Week in 2017, we had a Kenyan who said that Kenya was able to achieve 45% of Kenyans traveling around their country. So let's imagine in our wildest dreams that we achieve 45% of Nigerians traveling around Nigeria. Our biggest problems will not be occupancy, will be where else do you want to build these hotels? What else? And imagine all of the employment that will bring. So these kind of policies are, because naturally those policies, if you say all schools, for example, go on those tours every term, it means automatically that you're also providing jobs for tour operators. Now the tour operators have all of those jobs. It means that they're coming back to give you all of the monies, the dues that you want happily, because automatically they have those jobs every month. Now, how about other kinds of policies, like saying, for example, for every single workshop or seminar or event that holds in Lagos, there should be a pre-tour or a post-tour. Everywhere else in the world where we travel to, you always find a city tour as a part of what you're doing. Most times you're also supposed to pay for it, and you gladly pay. But Nigeria is the only country where you come into, you fly in, and then they will guard you from the airport to your hotel as if you're in Afghanistan. And then you immediately after your event, you're going back to the airport. And that's why I think it was 3 years ago when the MasterCard report came in, and a few of my colleagues were jubilating, but inside of me, I was really, really sad, because that report showed that Lagos had about one of the best, tourist arrivals on the continent, about 1.5 million or thereabouts. But then when you look deeply, we had the lowest tourism spend on the continent. I think we're about $74. What that means is that they just come, they get to the hotel, and then they leave. We should make tourists empty their pockets when they come. Otherwise, we're not enjoying tourism. Otherwise, our people are not benefiting. Otherwise, the state or the country is not benefiting. So those kind of policies basically will help people to, when they come in, they know they have to do a city tour. The tour operators already advertised to say, look, these are the guys that will take you around. I mean, Lagos is, all of the Mark Zuckerbergs have been jogging on the streets of Lagos. So we can at least have them to enjoy these things. So with this kind of policies, then people will naturally see, and we have a follow mentality in quotes in this country. Once we see that people are doing it and they're enjoying it, then others will follow. And then gradually we get people to realize that they can actually have these, holidays, they can have fun, and at minimal cost, probably 1/5 or 1/10 of the cost that they'll spend going abroad to enjoy these things. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay.
Sorry, I just had to take this on. So there's one word that is just basically just have not been echoed here, is that we need to domesticate, tourism. Coming from the African perspective, we are trying to make Africa a domestic market where we can just go across our countries and for tourism. Then coming to Nigeria, there is need to domesticate tourism in Nigeria that will move around and enjoy these experiences and these tourism offerings in our country. So I just wanted to just chip that in. Thank you very much.
Okay. To buttress what she said the other time. Oh, okay. Yeah. I remember during the lockdown last year, a number of golf courses, in fact, all the golf courses in Lagos were on lockdown. And that was when I knew how crazy golfers can be. I saw my friends practically leave Lagos to go and play golf in Ilorin. all the way, and not that they had any other thing to do in Ilorin. You know that you and I know the distance from Lagos to Ilorin. Golf took them as far as Ilorin, and also considering the fact that golf is not a retirees game. However, there's a lot of retirees in the game, especially in Nigeria, and what they, their daily lives is like locking down their daily lives. And let me not mention a particular club. There were a number of obituaries during that period, because this is where these men have their breakfast. This is where they have their lunch. At the club, they have their breakfast there. They golf. After golf, they have their lunch, and sometimes they do dinner there. So sometimes they do this like 3-4 times in a week. Now you're taking that away from them. Of course, no one is taking it away from them except the virus. So a number of obituaries were recorded around that time. So people, that was when I knew how important to get active, especially for people who are getting older. And during that time, because none of us could go out to go and play golf anyways. We couldn't do Kenya, we couldn't do Kigali. There was none of those. So we had no other options than to do, Abeokuta, Ibadan, Ilorin. Oh, I remember, because truly there was proper lockdown. You can't move anyhow. So in the dead of the night, people leave Lagos to go and play golf in Ilorin, in Ibadan. And let me also mention, let me give this to the kudos to the current administration for the gift of Lagos Ibadan train. A number of golfing activities have increased. The number of activities around golf have increased between now and then. So I just wanted to buttress that. Thank you very much. It's been a wonderful time, and we've had a robust conversation, and I hope our administrators are here.
Before they leave, there's a Lagos State wants to respond to some of the things. So let me call Princess Adenike Adedoyin Ajayi, Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Tourism, Arts and Culture. She wants to respond to some of the issues that have been raised. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, panelists. Like I always say, we in Lagos State government, we are not here to be saying, oh, this is what we've done, this is what, we're not defending our position, but we also like to enlighten and also to covet some of the things that you do that you can bring on board with us as stakeholders. I was actually talking to my colleagues that we were going to have like a summit earlier in the year, but that was when we were still battling with COVID and people coming together. And because we wanted to have the entire value chain from the from what Ife has said, that bring about the tour guides, the tour operators, the air, transportation, all of them, to bring them together so that they can also see how they can form that value chain for our tourists when they come in. Unfortunately, Mr. Governor stepped it down because it was going to be something that we won't be able to, if we didn't have enough people, we won't achieve our purpose. And so it was no point, just bringing half of all the crowd that was needed at that time. But we're thinking, maybe it's something we can still do now. And we've decided that we'll rewrite and submit it to Mr. Governor so that we can have like a convergence of all of those people that are our stakeholders in the value chain of tourism space, so that we can start having that conversation and we can develop that, master plan, which it can then guide us. And then we can also see how important it is for those stakeholders to support government. For example, I don't see tour operators saying, come to Lagos, this is where you need to go. I have one of to, I know a few that do it, but not in that, magnitude that it would have been nice for them to also showcase what we have in Nigeria, showcase our domestic tour sites and tourism sites, do a package that they are actually selling for Nigeria or for Lagos. I will tend to talk about Lagos State because I am in Lagos State. Do top packages. Yes, we know that some of our tourism sites needs, they're a bit dilapidated, and we're working on them. They need to have more accessibility. We're also working on all of those things. We have realized all of the things that are shortcomings, and we're working on, but if we can together work on them, so you can tell us more, because we are just regulators. We are just trying to provide enabling environment. But if you're saying to us, the enabling environment you're trying to provide is not going to work, so we can then say, okay, what will work? Is it to do this? Is it to do that? We have tried a lot of times to get into the airport so that we're picking up our passengers from the airport, have a stand at the airport. We're still working on it. When state and federal are working, there can be a bit of, I don't know, bit of rivalry or competition of some sort. So we're still working on that so that when you come into Lagos, we can tell you, this is Lagos, you're welcome. And at that time, we're already engaging hoteliers, people that are in the hospitality business. What are they doing, to also connect with us so that we are also connecting with them? So we are referring. We have a website. Has anybody been there? Do you know that tourism has a website, not Lagos State website, but the Ministry of Tourism itself? Our master plan is uploaded on our website. I'll charge you to go and read it, see what we're doing, and then give us feedback. We're not saying we're getting it right. We may have even, gotten some things wrong, but if you don't give us those feedback, if you don't tell us, then we will not know how to start changing things, along. And then finally, we also want to, if you also talked about it, we have some of our transportations, means of transportations that is very viable for tourism. They will have the train system, the little one that are working. I know that if it took us away, that was my first experience of the train after my childhood experience, and it was fantastic. We went to Ibadan and all of those things. We stopped over at Abeokuta and it was awesome. Some of our children don't know these things. I was just telling my colleague, in the last 5 years, apart from last year, my son, we've been going on African Christmas tourism destinations. We've gone to Zanzibar, we've gone to Cape Verde. When the Cape Verde was open, we were there. We went to Rwanda, we were at Uganda, we were at South Africa. We've been doing African because we are tired of going to Yibo, going abroad. We've been doing all of that, and so that's our own way of also promoting. And now that we are talking about domestic, when he comes, I know when they come back from the abroad this December, I know the train, we're definitely doing the train ride to Ibadan. We're definitely doing the train ride to Abeokuta. And these are some of the things that we are waiting for our tour operators, and everybody else in that value chain, the airline, please help us to also advocate for domestic tourism so that all of these things will come together, and we on our own part would also provide that enabling environment. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ma. Really appreciate that. That brings us to the end of this session. Let me thank our panelists, Efeto Boahona, CEO, founder, Nigerian Travel Week, Faith Balogun, country manager, Kenya Airways, Tony, your handwriting is terrible. Tony Ukachuku, publisher, Aviators Africa, and of course, my dear sister, Moyo Ogunshaindi. Thank you very, very much. You may go back to your seats. We really thank you. And also, let me thank our dear sister, Princess Adenike Adedoyin Ajayi, for that retort. That was beautiful. Something positive is coming out of this already. So the engagement between the private and the public sectors. And let me say this, please. If you have not taken that train to Ibadan, I took it for the first time 2 weeks ago. Only 2 weeks ago, because I usually don't have the time to travel. I think it is suicidal for you to get in a car on that Lagos Ibadan if you have taken that train. If you have taken that train to Ibadan once, you don't like yourself if you get into a car to go to Ibadan. It's fantastic. And these are the things that work together for the infrastructure we need. And imagine if that kind of train, because when we were kids, I had a sister who lived in Kaduna. We used to go by train from Ibadan to Kaduna, overnight train, lovely coaches and all of that. If we can have a train ride from here to Abuja, you can imagine how comfortable it will be. And that train ride is I told somebody it's more comfortable than a plane. Reason, there's no seat belt. There's no red light that says you can't get up at this particular time. You know, you can walk, it's very, very comfortable. So if you have not taken it, please, I recommend it for you. And it's not very expensive. So thank you very much once again to the panelists.
Yeah. Please, he has something to say in 30 seconds, please.
Sorry, just this is a quick takeaway for Lagos State. And it's just a direct experience from somebody that just got transferred to Lagos. He's a country manager. And he stays in a co-hotel, but he's told me, Tony, where can I go in Lagos? I'm not allowed to go. Why? I'm saying this because of travel advisory. This man, if he's going to go from his hotel room to airport, he's going by guards and security guards. He's not allowed to go outside anywhere alone. So he only goes from a co-hotel to his office in Ikoyi and back to hotel. This man has money, but he can't go anywhere to spend. It's based on travel advice. So it's still something that Lagos State can take on. A lot of expatriates come here, but they can't go out and meet with the locals. It's a challenge.
Okay, we have a couple of presentations now, but just after the presentations, Mr. Tony Ukwoju, representative of Minister of Information and Culture, will give us a few words. But first, we have 2 awards to be given out. First is to Moyo Ogunshainde. Moyo, please step forward. Let me recognize Shola Ekpeku, Chairman, Executive Chairman, Lagos State Sports Commission, and I can ask him to please come forward, and Sheyi will please come forward to help us with this presentation to Moyo Ogunshainde. And after that, there's an award. The gentleman will still say there's an award to the Lagos State Governor, and I think Princess Adenike Adedoyin Ajayi will collect that. I know you're about to leave, but just take that for us. Let's come to this background. Yeah, sure. Okay, thank you. Congratulations to Moyo Ogunshainde. And now, let me call on Princess Adenike Adedoyin Ajayi to come and collect on behalf of the governor. No, please stay here. On behalf of the governor of Lagos State for his contributions to this event. The permanent secretary will collect that on behalf of the governor. Okay, the permanent secretary and the chairman are collecting to be presented by Sheyi Akinwumi. I like that. Okay, thank you very much. So we have another panel session, but that will be in about 10 minutes. For now, we have 2 goodwill messages. First, let me call on Mr. Tony Ukwoju, representing the Minister of Information and Culture, Alhaji Lai Mohammed. Mr. Tony Ukwoju, please. Thank you. Please, let's welcome the minister's representative. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am here with a warm greeting from Honorable Minister of Information and Culture, Alhaji Lai Mohammed, and the entire staff of the ministry. Actually, he loves to be here personally but due to exigency of a duty, he asks us to represent him. Our minister is somebody that loves tourism. He loves sports. He is doing everything humanly possible to bring the needed development in the domestic tourism. In the aspect of culture, sport, transport, religion, it is an eye-opener that COVID-19 has exposed a lot of things. Many people go out of this country without participating or contributing to the development of our domestic tourism. But the advent of COVID-19 has shown that we can do a lot to develop our domestic tourism. Sport is a huge contribution to the domestic tourism if it is well harnessed. If it is developed from the grassroots, like the first speaker said, when he was growing, his experience in sports. But today, those things are not there. We are blaming the government in everything, or we should as well blame the private sectors too. Both government and private sectors has their blame in development of sports and the tourism in general. Government on their own are trying to create an enabling environment, but the private sectors, on the other hand, are not giving in the necessary assistance. Let me say this. In the ministry, I was a coordinator of a sports. We came for an annual festival, that is a Federation of Public Service Games. Winning a silver medal from handball. I want to present you to our permanent secretary. He said, what contribution has this got to do with the ministry? That we have gone to spend millions. There's an administrator talking. It does not encourage us at all. And what this sports needs is an encouragement. You encourage them from the grassroots. That is how you can get it right. But if you do not encourage them, it will be very difficult for you to get it right. Creating synergy between government and the private sectors. If the synergy is not there, I don't think we'll move anywhere. Another scenario again occurred. Last year, I was in Lagos here for tourism statistics to take data of tourism, domestic tourism contribution to the GDP. This hotel we are here, the questionnaire we submitted here up to today, we've not gotten it back. And some other hotels, what they are saying that the government wants to put more tax on their head. We need the private sectors to succeed in everything government is doing. But if they are running away from even paying the tax, is a problem. Nobody wants to spend money, but they want to make money. So I want to create this private sector's indulgence to help in developing these sectors, the tourism sector. And at this point in time, I want to say that the government in its own angle is trying everything humanly possible to see that our domestic tourism is developed. The minister is not somebody that is sleeping. He's working 2-4 hours to see that the sector is developed. And that is why we are here, to encourage the organizers of this event. The government is behind them. Government might not give money. Sorry to say this, what so many private sectors does, if they approach government with a proposal and they don't have money, ensure that proposal is dead. But some of them that are diehard, I believe in themselves, still continue. And that is what this young man is doing. And I want to encourage him that he continue. If he does not get anything from government, he should not relent his efforts. The government to do everything possible to see that he gets the support. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much, sir. Please, ladies and gentlemen, big round of applause for that last statement and the other things that he said. We need to encourage DG. Thank you, Mr. Tony Ukpoju, for that. Quickly, another message, this time from the representative of the Director General, Nigerian Tourism Development Corporation, Mr. Farosho Kuka, in the person of Mr. Rotimi, Ayeton Zonal Coordinator, Southwest NTDC. Mr. Ayeton, please. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I stand on all existing protocols. I got the message for this meeting yesterday night. I was in Idore. Nigeria is proposing to UNESCO for them to enlist Idore Hills and Old Oyo National Park. And I happened to be the Southwest zone, so I had to go all around. We had to do it. I had to go to Idore. I climbed the steps yesterday, day before yesterday. You know, after a while, you feel it in your body. It took me some time to get up this morning. But I want to congratulate Mr. Jamale because the way it came, he wrote to the ministry. The minister was not around. He said the DG should go. Then eventually it's like, we should be here. We should be interested in what this young man is doing. And that's why we're here. I want to congratulate him, especially for this conversation we're having. Tourism is life. Somebody said it along the line. And that was a mantra, I think some 7-8 years ago in NTDC, that tourism is life. There is no aspect, man has to move. Life is dynamic. And we all saw what happened during the pandemic, during the lockdown. It was like everything just went down. We couldn't do anything. So the take homes from what we've talked about is infrastructure. Somebody was speaking about Lagos. Lagos has this infrastructure, it's the hub. And I want to congratulate and encourage the present crop of people in the ministry Before now, Lagos want to go on its own, but now they are opening up. They've had stakeholders meetings, and we just have to continue this conversation. And what Mr. Jamale is doing is continuing because he's a stakeholder. Mr. Desmond Chiji talked about the use of technology. You cannot, apart from the management expertise and strategies, you cannot take away technology in what they're doing with the La Liga. And that's what we've been encouraging. Like NTDC is partnering with Google, with all the social medias. We're doing something. We've done Lagos, we've done Oyo State, the Google Street View, because that will help people decide if they want to come. If you've seen any of the street views, that's what we're doing with Google now. In the course of the panel discussion, somebody mentioned that we should domesticate tourism. Actually, you've said everything that needs to be said. We should domesticate tourism. We should encourage. I think COVID has been an enabler, sort of, because the tourism sector is now looking inwards. We're now having more conversations because people cannot go out anyhow. You know how much you're going to pay for these COVID things before you move out. So it's discouraging. And when we want people to come in, inbound tourism, that's where infrastructure comes in. The NTDC is coming up with, we've done it, the stakeholders meeting. People in the sector have been craving that NTDC should do something, bring the stakeholders together. And I'm happy to inform you that sometime this December, it's going to come to Lagos. We've done for Northwest, Southeast. They are doing Southeast this month. They're coming to Lagos. And I believe that, because I've been doing the guest list, I didn't know Mr. Ajomale before now. I heard your name on radio. So that's why I said I'm happy for this conversation, so that the more people will get to know, we'll put you on the guest list, so that it's not just a sector of the industry that we'll be discussing. It will be the whole of us that will be, and I'm sure we're going to have good outcomes from them. Then two people mentioned the Lagos-Ibadan route of the train. We're doing something. I've met the NRC. Some hikers came. They said they wanted to do Lagos-Ibadan route. I said, how do you want to do that? Is it not mountain that's hikers? They said, no. You know, by the side of the trail, it's like you'll be walking on gravel, and that is enough exercise. So when they sold it to us, we said, okay, we can't do this alone. We went to meet the money. We're still discussing anyway. But I'm telling you, if you're interested, come and meet us. It's going to be a beautiful experience. It's going to be for 10 days. You're going to take a train ride from Lagos to Ibadan. Then from Ibadan, you have your stations. And you know what hikers do? It's in the environment. You get, friendly with the environment. And we want to make it as frequently as possible. So for those, it's just not going by the train ride. We want to bring a product, hiking, and God willing, we'll be able to pull it through. So I want to congratulate Mr. Ajomale for this conversation we're having. I know the outcomes will be huge after now. So thank you very much for bringing us together. And I'm sure we're going to meet in a larger meeting than this. I will talk more about tourism. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. We really appreciate that. Mr. Rotimi Ayeton, Zonal Coordinator, Southwest Nigerian Tourism Development Corporation, representing the Director General, Mr. Folorunso Koka. Okay, so we move on to our final panel discussion, sports tourism and legacy for destinations. So I would invite our panelists. One of them is online. Lou Mengso, President of US Sports Congress, will be joining us online. Will join us physically here. Let me respectfully welcome First Vice President of the NFF, Mr. Sheya Kiwumi, to please step forward. Let me welcome Delegate of La Liga to Nigeria and Ghana, Desmond Chiji, to the podium. Let me also call my friend and brother Shola Ikpeku, Chairman Lagos State Sports Commission. I was one that did the coup, nobody else. All right. And Grant would join us. Sorry, Lou Mengso, President of US Sports Congress, will join us online. And I think we're hoping that Grant McDonough, CEO of Sports Tourism Canada, would also join us. Okay, they are here. All right. So over to Deji, let's hear from our two friends online. And can you hear us, gentlemen?
Yes.
Lou and Grant, can you hear us? Can we hear from you?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. All right, so let's hear from them and then we'll take it from there.
Good afternoon, Lou. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
And good afternoon, Grant.
Hello.
I'm very well. It's a pleasure having you here. It's been a while. I've been trying to get you to, to be part of this, and I'm grateful you eventually came on board. Lou was part of the World Sports Tourism Day conversation, and you shared some rich insight with us. Once more, we are grateful for that. So we're going straight to the business of the day, and we are discussing the topic pardon me, sports tourism and I'm tired, sorry. We're discussing sports tourism and legacy. Let's start with Lou. Now, the US is one country that is very particular, that is very deliberate and intentional about sports tourism. How has the US, Africa would like to learn from you guys, how has the US used sport to build legacy for your cities and the entire country?
I think, first of all, thank you for having me today. And it's great to sit on the panel here with Grant and your other panelists. And so thank you for the invitation. I've heard some of your comments this morning, and I think to go along with some of those thoughts, the pandemic has revealed a number of things about how Americans specifically feel about sports and sport tourism, and how that has progressed. And one of the things that we've seen in our country is how quickly the sports travel and sports tourism sector has rebounded in the context of looking at other sectors, association markets, corporate markets, even leisure tourism to a certain respect. But it's sports that is leading the tourism sector back. It's sports that is showing what a huge part of our lifestyle and part of our culture is, because people are embracing sports, they are traveling for sports. several weeks ago, I was at an American football game with 70,000 other fans in the stadium. So what the pandemic has revealed to us is sports is a huge part of our culture. It continues to be. It is leading tourism back. But we have work to do on the education front and some of the things that you've talked about this morning. But that is where we're at, is the revelation about how important sports is here in the U.S.
Okay. Before I come to the in-person panelists, yeah, let me ask you, Grant. I've been following Sports Tourism Canada a lot on LinkedIn, and I see you guys are very active. You are busy like every other month, talking about destinations in Canada and the activities, what what those cities and the entire country has to offer sports tourists. Can I ask what gave birth to Sports Tourism Canada? Why did you guys start that? Because there are very few countries where I found that, and Canada is one of them. What gave birth to Sports Tourism Canada?
Sure. And again, I would echo Lou's comments. It's an honor to be with you today. I'm pleased to be able to share some of our learnings in Canada. We are an organization that is 21 years old. So we're just approaching adulthood. If we were going through life ourselves, and as we start to figure out what we want to be when we grow up, we were born out of the Canadian Tourism Commission, which is now called Destination Canada, and their product development program. So they had identified sport tourism as an opportunity for Canada to be more intentional on trying to attract sport events. But what we've done is we have two streams of membership. Two primary streams of membership. We have our host cities and regions in Canada. In Canada, we have provinces similar to in the US where there are states, but we also have our national and provincial rights holders. So those sport organizations that own the events that are open for bid, and they are awarding those on an annual basis. So we look at sport tourism both domestically as well as internationally. While we want to increase Canada's competitiveness and ensure that Canada is attracting those international events, the core of what we do, and probably 80 to 90% of the sport tourism activity in Canada is domestic. We know that of the $7.4 billion that we generated as an industry in 2019, prior to the pandemic, that 55% of the travelers that attended those sport events were domestic travelers. So 45% are international. So we know that part of what we're doing is really the fuel and the lifeblood of our tourism industry at the local and regional levels. Because as Lou said, throughout the pandemic and since we've been recovering, before people make the decision for leisure travel or even business travel, they're going to be traveling with their family members who are attending sporting competitions, and that will help to increase their confidence to travel, to attend events, as Lou did with 70,000 other sports fans. And part of that experience is something that we're trying to build up. We see ourselves as an enabler of that rebuilding of traveler confidence. And we want to make sure that sport tourism is not taken for granted like it may have been in the past. And we want to ensure that each event has its own impact, but we want to tie those events together so that we can support those businesses in the supply chain that have been so hard hit since the pandemic. So we want to help our hotels, our restaurants, our airports, our ground transportation providers, so that they are sustainable and able to contribute to the success of each event that we host.
Thank you very much, Grant. I have a question for you, but I'll come back to you. Let me speak to the in-person panelists here. Mr. Chairman, sir, the Executive Chairman of Lagos State Sports Commission. Yes, that's true. That's true. Mr. Shola, how is Lagos taking advantage of sporting events to build legacy for Lagos as a city? Because my understanding of sports in the 21st century is that countries are no longer excited just about hosting sporting events. They are now more deliberate. They are about sustainability. They are about how to use sport to make their cities more smarter than it used to be. They are about conservation, environmental protection. What are the plans, or what is your administration doing in this direction?
Chairman, I wish I was much further on this. It's very important and very fundamental. Having said that, I hope that the rest of us who are here will take this kind of approach and further having said that, the question you asked, I think I'll quite answer that question. I think it's very clear that this administration, the previous one, has been very intent on improving this mindset. And before you can begin to deliberate on what sports is doing, first of all, the infrastructure for a smart city or a smart state has to be built. And I think that's a very strong focus of this administration. Pursue with what we have now embarked upon more in sports. Now we can say all we like and talk about tourism and the revenues inside people's pockets that are latent and all that, but if you don't create the events that people will come to, we're just talking through our noses. And so the focus of the Lagos State Sports Commission, through the vision of Mr. Governor, has been to build a top to bottom and bottom to top, almost like a sandwich approach or strategy to creating events that will bring people to Lagos. I can't speak for Nigeria as a whole, but I'll talk about Lagos. So, for example, with the cooperation and the support of people like Mr. Yakinumi, who is also the chairman of the Lagos Football Association and the vice president of the NFF, we have managed to bring the Super Eagles back to Lagos after 20 years competitively. And we know the effect that has had on our hospitality business. We know the kind of commercial revenues that are driven up by that. And from the first time, once people knew, just an example, that Super Eagles will be playing in Lagos at least 4 matches this year, every single hotel around Surulere, most hotels around VI where they reside, most hotels around the vicinity that is easily accessible to the stadium where they will play has been fully booked up. Revenues have jumped up. People are asking us for various requests that they never made before. Why? And more importantly, Mr. Sheyi, bear me witness, the sponsors to the NFF and supranational teams have been coming up in rapid numbers over the last few months. Why? Because there's somebody has shown an intent and a will to execute the fact that they want to create products that the society will buy into. And don't forget that over the last maybe 2 years or so, especially from the World Athletics body, Sebastian Coe has joined in with what FIFA has been saying for years. Sport is no longer just an exercise. It's just about exercising or seeing people physical endurance. Sport is entertainment. And once we do that, once we view it like that, your mind will shift. the mind shift needs to happen so that we all see things differently. Rather than segregating sports, entertainment, or sports and tourism, you see together as entertainment product, then everything we are saying here will shift. And the kind of products we first put up that we attract the footfall will begin to change and all that. I know I may not have much time. I just want to add just something else. For example, when you and I, when I travel, I like going to at least 1 or 2 new stadia everywhere I go. And what attracts you to the stadia? Is that the stadium tour? Can you take anybody to any stadium in Nigeria today on a tour? What will they see? So, one of the things we proposed to Mr. Governor regarding the stadia, by the way, he's building 8 brand new stadia in Lagos, across Lagos State, because he does basically for grassroots sports development. And we're upgrading we've already done the Unicon Stadium, but we're also upgrading Testing Palagoon Stadium to modernize it, wrap around, cover it, make it all covered with the pitches being changed, the tracks are being changed to take it to international standards so that we can attract the hosting of bigger and more qualitative events, which will also bring footfall. But the question is, when you bring this footfall, what happens thereafter? The Super Eagles have been coming for the past 3 matches. What have they done in their spare time? Who has offered anything? What do we offer to them? So I think, first of all, a mind shift must be from sports being on its own to sports as an entertainment product. Secondly, some of us must have the will to create the products that will drive footfall. And then thirdly, the associating products like the tourist products, the things that will attract footfall and people to spend their money must be available so that they are attracted and they will make demands. Before you and I travel, you know what you're going to get. You book ahead, you have your tickets, you know the date, you know the time. We have to create all those products, but you need the will and the products to be able to satisfy that demand. Thank you.
What's your own definition of legacy from sport? Now, not just from sporting events, because there is sport holiday. There is sport holiday, a culture which we really don't have yet like that. What is your own definition? How would you describe legacy using sport vis-a-vis our local environment?
I think sports tourism is clear today. For what it is, it's clear that it's a great contributor to any economy and environment. So we don't need to delve into that anymore. In terms of the economic value, we've seen over the years, and we have statistics, maybe not in Nigeria, or maybe not peculiarly Nigeria, but we have statistics of what sport tourism has done in various countries. In the US, for example, between 92 and 93, there was 54 million dollars, and the next year it jumped to 63 million dollars. Between 93 and 99, we had 44 billion. So from 63 million, we jumped to 44 billion. And that tells you what sports tourism has become. Now, it's fine where there's income, because income leads to expenditure anyway. So if there is no legacy, then all that expenditure for me is wasted. I've been very fortunate in our society here in Lagos here to have chaired 2 local organizing committees of football events. One, the Africa Beach Soccer a few years ago, and one recently in Lagos with the, of course, cooperation of the Lagos State Sports Commission, the Aisha Buhari Cup. And what do we see? The first thing is, and I'll just give you those examples to show what I It's the way I see legacy, and compare it to something else in another country. Now, when we had the 2016, the beach soccer, we had Copa Lagos. But the legacy that we had to create and make sure stayed with us. One is economic, of course. So we want people to come back each year to come and spend money, and Shala can bear me witness because he also ran Copa Lagos, I think, for a year or two, I'm not sure. To come back each year, to have a destination that they want to go and watch beach soccer. That's one big legacy because the continuous expenditure and receipt of income for us and footfall, as Shala referred to. But we also had the fact of creating beach soccer stadia. And that is key. Now we have beach soccer league in Nigeria. And I speak to you, the chair of that beach soccer league is in Dubai, representing us. So those are socio-economic legacies. We have practical and practical legacies in terms of structural legacies. So we had this recent Aisha Buhari Cup. We had the Onikon Stadium over the years, which all of us who grew up playing football were very passionate about. But we recognized as far as 3 governors ago that it did not suit the purpose that we require. Because nobody does just stadium anymore. We have arenas. And it started. But because of this competition, Mr. Governor graciously said, you know what? And it was something he decided he must do. I will get that stadium ready for you. And truthfully, it has changed the concept of what we have as sports tourism in Lagos. We will see what that place will become over the next few months and the next few years. Because now I'm going to have an application to Chairman very next week. People who want to do events, musical events, worldwide musical events in that stadium. So in that arena, sorry. So that is again a legacy. Now compare that. But you see, you have to plan these things. Compare that to what South Africa did in 2010. They had the determination to host the world for the World Cup, and that's fine. And so they had the socio-economic legacy where people came to South Africa and it opened up, but they built stadia. And those stadia have turned to white elephants. So in doing all of this, we must plan that sports tourism must not only be a socio-economic benefit, but when we're looking at the structural benefits, infrastructural benefits, we must make sure that we capitalize on them by planning ahead. So Lagos State now, for example, is having this plan of creating new stadia. But alongside, we are actually planning on creating events that would happen at those stadia. Just before I go, earlier this year, I went to Kebbi State and had a look at what we're building there in terms of football. And on my way out, on the way to Sokoto, I stopped at the what's it called? Azuguru, what's that? Arugungu, sorry, Arugungu. And I thought to myself, what is happening here? I've known about Arugungu Festival all my life, basically. And the sure thing is that because of what they've created that place and what they're now creating and the plan that the real estate that they're trying to build alongside that, I'm going back there. So the legacy for me is infrastructure, but it also is socioeconomic. And that socioeconomic must be planned. We can talk all we want here, and we can have as much roadmap as we want. If we do not have a plan of real legacy, 1, of bringing people back, 2, of growing the industry, then we're wasting our time. Thank you.
Similar problems here in Nigeria, National Stadium. Abuja Stadium. After Koja, nothing happened. So the next question will be to Desmond. What can we learn from La Liga or maybe Spain in terms of sustainability of these venues and these events? What can we learn from that? Because that obviously is a challenge for us here. So maybe you can educate us. What can we learn in terms of sustainability?
Basically, I see it in two ways. I think it's down to the management and then the development. Because at the end of the day, for it to, because you are going to create an experience for people. Yes, you are going to create an experience for people. You are going to give people an experience for them to be part of what you are trying to develop. So now, when people are part of that experience, the next thing they do is they are thinking about that experience again for the next time. So for what we are doing is we are creating. Our job is to make sure that the management aspect of it is in top form, and then the development part of it as well continues as well, so that we can continue to grow bit by bit, galvanizing what we are trying to do. And another important factor is the team, because for you to be able to have everything properly right, you need to have the proper team in place, the proper team which is also going to help you to create what you are trying to create. So what we've been able to do properly is in that two aspects, in the management and in the development. And it's something that I believe that I think the entities can learn from us, and which we are always open. We are always open to engage. We are always open to show how we've managed to get to where we are. We are not keeping anything for ourselves. That is why we are developing different programs, like what we are doing with the Lagos Business School and with other partners that we are doing and engaging, and et cetera, et cetera. And you have to look at it that way as well. Another thing that you also have to look at is also for people to trust in that product as well is very important. People have to trust in that product, and for that to happen, you need to make sure that the structure is in order, the geographical location is in order for them, so that they can feel safe. And then you need to make sure that the infrastructures are there as well, so that they can be part of that, so that they can have that experience that I'm talking about, and et cetera, et cetera. So I think that these are the things that they can learn from us. We are, like I said, we're open to engage. We're open to show what we've done. There's nothing. The good thing about La Liga is we are not hiding behind any doors, and we are not hiding anything. We are here. We are here to engage, to show how we did it, and we want people to also benefit. And the another thing is we want to leave a lasting legacy, and that meaning we want to engage, be part of the community. We want to engage in the communities and help them to develop, so that somebody somewhere is going to benefit from it and say, oh, in XYZ time, I did this, what an event that La Liga did, it changed my life. So that is something that we want to do, be part of the communities and help them to develop and engage them as well. Thank you.
You can hear me, right? Okay. Give us an example from Canada. I mean, sporting events now and sport holiday. Example of sport, of what sporting event and sport holiday have, the way they have built legacy for Canada. And we need specific examples, so that we over here can break it down and see how we can apply it locally.
Well, probably the best example that I can provide is, and as was mentioned by the other panelists, legacy needs to be planned. It doesn't just happen, and you need to be intentional about it. And when Canada hosted the Winter Olympics in 2010 in Vancouver and Whistler, they actually started their legacy program in advance of the Winter Olympics. So they were building opportunities to develop sport, to develop business in advance of the Vancouver Olympics. But more importantly, they were developing the opportunity to build community. And part of that building of the social and cultural capital in communities in British Columbia was about several factors. It was about recognizing and honoring our indigenous people and their presence and their land that we live, work, and play on. It was part of building the engagement of all of the community and all segments of the community and all cultures that live within our communities. Canada, as the US and other nations, are very diverse communities, and we need to do a much better job of engaging all segments of our population. So with Vancouver 2010, their legacy program began prior to the games. When people traveled to the games, it was part of the experience was to understand the value of our Indigenous culture, as well as all of the other cultures that make up Canada. And part of the visitor experience wasn't just about the field of play and being in the arena, the stadium, or where the sporting competition was held. It was about what happened outside of those venues and being able to provide quality visitor experiences, but also quality cultural experiences so that people felt as if they were part of that authentic, full experience that was more than just sport. So we like to think that sport tourism builds business, it builds sport, and it builds community, but it needs to be planned before you even start down that journey of trying to attract and host those major sporting competitions.
Thank you very much, Grant. Let me come to you, Lou. You can hear me, right? Okay. You can hear me, right?
Yes, yes, I can.
Okay. How does the US uses sports to drive conservation? Because the legacy is never complete without conservation. We discussed it earlier in the summit. There is no way we can be nonchalant about the environment or towards the environment, and we expect that we will continue having a good atmosphere, a good climate to go about our enterprise as sport and tourism stakeholders. Now, take us through how the US does it vis-a-vis conservation.
Well, a lot of red tape here in the US. Quite honestly, government plays a huge role in that, whether that's from the local government, our state government, or the federal government. So before you go through any of that permitting process or building large facilities, I mean, there's all kinds of different buy-in from these various government entities. There are rules in which when you occupy a certain footprint, there are environmental impact studies. Typically, they're required by the government. We have what's called the Army Corps of Engineers, which looks at drainage and how it may affect wetlands. There are certain places you simply cannot build in the United States based upon our own regulations. So the real short answer to this is government plays a huge role in terms of telling you what your footprint can look like, how land has to be conserved around a given facility. Water reclamation comes into a big portion of that, but it's really having a partnership with your local, state, and federal government on all levels in helping to understand what that process, and going back to Grant's point, it's planning. It's how are we utilizing this now? How will we utilize this in the future? And unless you have that plan, in the United States at least, it's not getting built first and foremost. And to kind of drive Grant's point home, all you have to do is go back to the Beijing Olympics. you talk about legacy, you look at the iconic bird's nest that was built for the games, and 18 months after that, it's kind of a rusting hulk. This is one of the biggest problems with what's happening in the dynamic of hosting the games. Obviously, the IOC doesn't want that to happen, but when you look, to Grant's point, at what Canada did and how they're using their facilities and the legacy they have planned for them, they knew before those facilities were even built, okay, we're going to build this, where they're going to be used for the games, but 10 years down the road, we're going to use it for X, Y, and Z. So they had a plan. It wasn't just a one-time use. It was something that was going to become a part of the community, that they be use it as a community resource. And that obviously plays a big role in this as well.
Thank you very much, Lou. We have just about 6 more minutes for this segment. So I'm going to go to our panelists here. Short questions, short answers. Let me start with Mr. Sheyi Akinwumi. As a brand, Super Eagles is a fantastic brand, great worldwide brand. Do you think we're building enough legacy? Because I personally think we're not telling the story of the Super Eagles enough. We're concentrating on the present without going historical. So there are plans to try and do that. So is our biggest sports brand. So in 2 short minutes, what can we do more to promote that brand globally?
Super Eagles themselves are doing something for us. They're playing well, and hopefully they will qualify for the World Cup and do well. Now, you just hit the nail on the head. For us to be able to tell the story properly, we need to tell the history of it. We need to tell stories of people who gave their lives for Nigeria, for example, Okaraji. The world needs to know about those things. And then people will believe us. Because, for us to have a legacy or plan a legacy, people must believe that it will happen. So if we tell our story of what happened and tell it properly and document it properly as we go along, I think we've missed a lot of opportunity in the past to be able to do that. But going forward, if we tell the story of what happened in the past, we can say, this is what we're going to do in the future. And I think that because now with this current NFF, yes, I mean, marking my script, but at least we've moved football to a place where people believe that it is more than just football. It is life, it is business, it's entertainment. I think that works.
Stadia, I want to guess that it's for the local communities, which is fantastic. So kids can have places where they can go to and all. But what's the sustainability plan for this stadium?
Structures that will be easy to maintain. Already, personnel are going through training based on the facilities we have in existence, so that the transition period will be almost zero. Also, there's a possibility that we have partnerships to ensure that with the private sector, so that we can maintain and also generate a revenue. But more importantly, the whole idea is to have a structure where potential, not just children, but potential talent can be spotted easily by, for example, retired coaches who are employed, former current coaches and all that, former players, sorry, who are employed and all that, so that they can have an eye, keep an eye on the children that come through, and then make sure they're in a safe, structured, protected environment to just have fun. And through fun, then they can be seen. But definitely, like Sheyi said, the fact that events are coming to Lagos is producing a number of spin-off effects.
A spiral effect. That's fantastic. Finally, Desmond, you have 44 La Liga delegates across the world. You are here representing Nigeria and Ghana. What's the legacy that La Liga wants to leave in these places?
Our legacy, we want to be part of the community.
Okay.
It's very important, enhancing development in those communities and aiding in its development as well. So we just don't want to be come in, do our event, and then go away. We want to have consistency as well. We want to have continuity.
So our idea is, that's why when our president came in 2013, he developed a strategy, and everybody follows that strategy. We don't work as individuals, we work collectively as a team. So my presence here today, Lalita knows about it. So everything we do, we work at it as a team, and this gives us, this makes us go in the same direction. And it also makes people to see us in a different light. So to live in a great legacy for us is important, and we want to do it in a very unique way. We want to speak the local language. That is why we have 44 delegates in different countries, and Nigeria is one of those countries that have one office here as well. So we want to speak the local language, enhance development, and enhance talent as well, providing the platforms for these stars to be born.
On that note, I'd like to thank Lou Mensah, President, U.S. Sports Congress. Lou, thank you for your time. Thank you very much. We're glad you could join us. Grant McDonald, Grant, thanks so much. I know you guys had to wake up very early. I know it's early hours of the day in your part of the world. So really appreciate you taking time to join us. Thank you very much, gentlemen. And thank you, Sheyi Akinwumi, Desmond Chiji, and Shola Ayepeku. We'll continue briefly. Shola has a few words to say to us. But before that, so ladies and gentlemen, please celebrate our panelists. A big round of applause. It's been very enlightening, very, very, very eye-opening. Before I call Shola, let me recognize Mr. Femi Oshobajo, Corporate Communications Manager, Bet Niger. Femi, thank you for being here. Thanks for your time. So we're rounding up. So in the next 15 minutes, we'll be done. So please bear with us. So let me just call Shola Ikpeku, who is the chairman of Lagos State Sports Commission. He's what hosts everything sports here in Lagos. So Shola, please, the floor is yours. Thank you. Please welcome chairman, my chairman.
Good afternoon again. I'm sorry, first of all, I'm sure you must have been told that I was supposed to give this say this little thing at the beginning of this event, but unfortunately, traffic and other responsibilities made me late, so I apologize. But it's not so much as a speech. I mean, we've said all that needs to be said, so I'm just going to touch on 2 or 3 things so that we can get out here. First of all, what I titled this is about a mindset shift and a will to perform. And I think the problem we've seen. Oh, and by the way, the coincidence. Did you see that when Sheyi mentioned about when he was LOC chairman, on both events he was at, who was there with you? But seriously, and both events were held in Lagos. It's not by chance that most of the attention and the location of these events and the focus is Lagos, because uniquely we have the capacity, we have the capability, and also we are building. We continually build platforms such that we can still continue dreaming. Because all this we are doing is about storytelling. Somebody imagined something a few years back. Somebody imagined kicking a football how many hundreds of years ago, and then here we are today talking about probably $1 trillion effect. Somebody is talking about sports tourism, and like Sheyi mentioned, we're talking about almost $100 billion industry already. We are talking here about building stadia, but some people come with a very myopic mindset and say, stadium here. You know, when to me, there's much more to be made in management of the stadium, of the stadia, and then make sure they are maximized to the effect of the people that are in the country. We have about 22 million people in Lagos. How do you effectively use about 23 or 22 stadia in Lagos State to reach out to the communities and ensure that you can maximize the benefits thereof? That should be the question we should be asking ourselves, and that's why I titled what I had to say about to be mind shift and capitalizing on those possibilities. So what mind shifts do we need? I think I've known. I'll talk about people that I think I know personally, and I'll just focus on Moshe. I've known him for, I'm sure, about 20 plus years, and he knows me. If you can't do, don't say. Let's do what we say. A lot of times, like we've heard, there are many blueprints in Nigeria. There are many drawing boards we've gone back to. There are many things people have, speeches that have been made, books have been written, reports have been designed and published. But what has been done? And that's my appeal to all of us here, to take these messages and go back to our own various communities, into our different industries, and go and do. Mr. Governor, when we discussed at the beginning of when I was appointed, he asked me what my vision was or is for the state. And luckily for me, my vision tied in with his vision for the state regarding sports. And that's where we're here today. So things about, and again, second, how about cooperation? Many of us like to work in silos. Why? Because of greed. We want to be the one that takes all the credit, the one that takes all the money, takes all the glory. It doesn't work well like that. I was playfully pointing out a fact to Egmont that the two major events that were held in Lagos were held successfully because of cooperation. If we don't cooperate, we cannot maximize the capabilities of each other. I'm talking about each other as in the industries and the personalities that are here today and in this country and this state. And so that's what Mr. Governor has ensured that we've done. He's picked out people who he believes can drive his vision, and the vision is being driven gradually. And I think the more we do that, the more we focus on achieving and driving our will to the purpose of achievement, then we will achieve something great in our lifetime. We keep talking about children. We can't keep talking about children forever. How about now? How do we change our mindset to ensure that we are focused on doing and not just talking? That's one or the other on one hand. I want a good example. I won't go into too many details. Is the Lagos Marathon. I was part of the beginning of Lagos Marathon. 6 years after, Lagos Marathon has moved from just a Lagos race to a globally acclaimed event. It now has the gold label status. What does that mean? It's on the World Athletics calendar, and every year we have literally millions of dollars coming in and out of the state over a period of about a week. Why can't we expand that kind of knowledge and that kind of product into other sectors of the sports industry and tie in all these things about tourism into it, so that we can even expand that same product alone? More so, talk about even creating more marathons or similar events. That's one. Also, there's something called the Lagos Women Marathon, Lagos Women Run. Oh, can you imagine? I'm laughing because the convener of the Lagos Women Run just walked in right as I was speaking. That's Mr. Kukwala, the convener of Lagos Women Run. Okay, this is. So God said, applause for her. Now, Lagos Women Run was convened a few years ago, and I joined in about 2 years ago. In fact, it was my first major event as the chairman of the Lagos State Sports Commission. And it's been evolving into a product that is not only just women-centric, but serves many goals. The typical marathon is competitive, so people run to win prizes and money and all that stuff. But this is a bit different. First of all, it's timely because it serves into it falls into the period where the whole globe is being women-centric. And because you're being women-centric, a lot of emphasis is placed on women-based things. And so we have women running for different causes in this, in the way Lagos Women Run. And what happens is we have different groups of activists running for either the climate or against violence against women, against slavery of women, trafficking of women, and all kinds of domestic violence and all that. And it's gaining popularity. In fact, the first lady, I think 2019, when I joined, she was just meant to do a little part of the race, just as you walk maybe a kilometer, and then you know how the usual thing is now. But the first lady did the whole 10K, and all of us, well, I didn't join them, I dodged well. All the other people who were following her were panting after her 10 kilometers, and she did it breathlessly and gave a speech after. I was like, wow. And that has helped to create a culture. Encourage women to have to develop a culture of a lifestyle or a healthy lifestyle from running or keeping fit. And that's what we're talking about. You see, by the time we all have the will to make sure we do what we're supposed to do based on the mindset that we eventually have, then the spin-off benefits that we derive are many and sometimes innumerous, because you don't even know where it's going to get to. Nigeria, the Canadian contributor was saying that when they grow up to be adults, that means we're not even born yet, because we can't even measure the extent or the impact of what the sports industry is like yet in Nigeria, except based on budgets. So I think in a nutshell, like I said, it's important that we invest in changing, in shifting, having a mind shift to doing, to having a will to do, to planning, to telling stories. Deji and I have been on this telling stories tip for 30, 40 years. Yeah, about 83, 84. Yeah, we've been on this storytelling tip for no, you want me to expose you? But seriously, gentlemen of the media, the press, we need to tell stories. The results are not enough. What caused the result? Who is the female or male who ran that race or performed in that wise? The stories you tell, we even go into sales for your products and your services. We have to tell stories, and the more stories we tell, the more we appeal to the private sector in terms of sponsorship. So I was there as well. I think I've done a bit in that space, and I know that it's only storytelling that can appeal to us. So I just want to tell us that Lagos State is ready. We have been ready. We have been inviting people to the state to run valuable and impactful events. We will support. We have been supporting, and we are clearly and obviously building platforms, more platforms, to ensure that the vision that you have, the dreams that you have, are doable in Lagos and doable to a very impactful extent. Thank you very much. And on behalf of Mr. Governor, this is Lagos. Welcome to Lagos.
Thank you very much. Well, he's my brother. I'll go and meet him in his office, because there was an event that some people wanted to take to Ghana 2 years ago, and COVID ended it. So I think he has convinced me we will probably shift that event. Your predecessor knows about it. I've not discussed with La Liga, so you know about it. So that event will hold in Lagos before the next World Cup, by God's grace, which Nigeria would attend by the grace of God. Because if Nigeria does not go for World Cup, we must go. On that note, the last speaker for today, and then after that, we have some awards to give. And then please, for all the panelists and everybody, we need to take pictures here, there, with the background. So please, the next speaker will speak for just 5 minutes. We'll give you the awards. Another 15 minutes, we're out of here, I promise you. So, ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome First Vice President, Nigerian Football Federation, Mr. Seyi Akinwumi. Barrister Seyi Akinwumi. Learned man.
Thank you very much, Deji. It's I think quite befitting that the last speaker, because I don't have a lot of things to say. But at the end of it, I just wanted to bring in my experience, and one thing that we seem to always overlook when we're talking of tourism generally and sports tourism is the law. We really need to, many years ago, I used to be solicitor to NTDC. So I think that's actually where my passion for tourism even arose from. But one of the things that we were able to do then was with the hotels. There was this issue that the hotels were always, and I hear it's still on today for what you said earlier, the hotels are always in inverted commas fighting the government in terms of taxes and all of these things. And we were able to create a situation where it was a win-win, and the hotels were willing to accept people. In Lagos now, as Shola alluded to, once we have all these events, especially this Super Eagles playing in Lagos, all those hotels are fully booked for that period. And we must do all we can to encourage sports tourism and to tap the potential that we have. That essentially is just an addition to what we've said today. But I'd like to go on my last point. And my last point is that sports tourism brings in various other things that we don't even think about. The income, for example, from music, and that's the one I want to end up with. People think, you'd ordinarily think, what has sports tourism got to do with music? But go to Ghana today and find out how many Nigerian artists are doing big things. And if you look at their charts today, you will see a certain Nigerian artist who is doing great things with his latest record. And it only happened between the last month and this. And I don't know whether there's any correlation, but I'll tell you a story. When the teams came to Lagos, and we
they were in a hotel and they passed through this road, Ozumba the way to the arena. And because they were going at times when they didn't have too much traffic, they really loved, the scenery. I thought, oh, it's like this normally. And, they zoomed past that way and zoomed back this way. And they were saying, they were talking to them and I said, oh, that main road is so nice. What's it called? Ozumba the way. And I told them the history of that name. And they kept on, referring to the Ghanaians kept on referring to Lagos, the Lagos of Ozumba and Badiwe. And I was in Ghana recently, and they're telling me, they kept on saying, that's the man who tells us about Ozumba and Badiwe. And there's this song that has come up recently, Ricardo Banks. It's topping the charts. And I just thought I'd play that one for everybody to see what sports tourism has done for Nigeria.
I know I sleep for highway. Before you cross gas, look at your sideways. Yeah, I know come Lagos for child's play. So I say, them they find me. I be you know some bad by the way. I be you know some bad by the way. I be you know.
Thank you very much.
I think that's an excellent note to end this. We'd like to thank you all for being here. Please, Deji, the few awards that we have to give out. Let me call, okay, Mr. Ayekweku is still talking. Please, Shola, please come. You will be our award presenter. So first of all, certificate of induction into Afican Sport Tourism Hall of Fame presented to Kenya Airways. Kenya Airways. Kenya Airways. The country manager is here. Okay, please, here. Please don't. Or please, let's talk in camera. To Kenya Airways. Okay. Thank you, sir. No, Shola, please stay. Okay, Shola, please wait. Okay. The next award, certificate of induction into Afican Sports Tourism Hall of Fame, to be presented to Mr. Kunle Shoname, but I think Mr. Femi Ojobajo is here to receive on his behalf as the brand communications manager of Bet Niger. Yeah. Okay. Chidi. Desmond, please join. Thank you. Next award, Mr. Tony Ukwoju. No, you are the Mr. Tony, please, to receive the award on behalf of the Minister for Information and Culture, Alhaji Lai Mohammed. If you don't smile, we won't give you the award, though. Sorry. Thank you, sir. And one big man will receive the final two awards. First,
to himself, award given to induction into African Sport Tourism Hall of Fame for his support for this event since 2018. He's always been here supporting this event. Let me call on Barrister Seyi Akinwumi to please step forward. Hold on. Okay, bring that, and you are going to receive an award on behalf of your president. Okay. Oh, the camera. I'm very sorry. Sorry. Finally, Seyi Akinwumi is still waiting. This is for Amajume of Impinic for his support of this event as well. President, NFF. Thank you. Thank you very much. So please, before we go, the panelists for the first session, please step forward. Let's take pictures. All the panelists for the first session will take pictures. Then representative of the minister at NTDC will come forward, will take pictures, and then the panelists for the final session will take pictures. The final panelists, they've all gone. No, a few of them are still here. Please step forward. Yeah, please join them. No, let's separate. We can't take all of us. So you join now. You join. Please, NTDC and minister, and please, Mr. NCF, please come forward as well. Please come forward as well, sir. Finally, the big boys in the house. Shola Seyi, Desmond. And Tyler can join us, please. And I think Femi can join us as well. Please, Femi, join us.
Okay, thank you. So Super Sports, whoever you want to talk to, please, we can talk to them. Yeah.
Saturday, 13th of November, Lagos Women Run, starting from 7 a.m. 6:30 a.m. Please, we'll appreciate if you can be there. Can we run as well, or we are going to come and support? Can come and support. All right.
Hello.
Thank you so much. Let us come, please. Come, please. Please, sorry, please come. Ladies and gentlemen, I want us to appreciate
it. Jomale McWard, for he keeps believing, he keeps working hard, and God will continue to push this forward, and God will reward his labor of love in the sports tourism business. So, ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause to Deji Ajomale McWard for what he's doing. So, Deji, well done. God will continue to broaden your coast and enlarge your horizon. So, go and do your interviews. Thank you so very much. We thank you for your time today. Thank you so very much. God bless you all. That's the end of the summit. See you next year by God's grace. Bye-bye.